Um, I've got baby duties right now. My baby hasn't been sleeping, so right now I just kind of put him to bed and he's sleeping. So that's a good sign. Um, just like last night, I'll probably pop in and out, but I'll probably just be listening, monitoring. But father duties come first, I guess. I'm waiting on Stevie and maybe a couple others to show up, and I'll disappear. Let's see. And Kelley is saying this Caitlin Johnstone thing is nuts. I don't know what's going on with that. This world has gone loco. Good night, Zox. Zox. Hi, someone. Hi, Ditsy. Oh, Jamaro? Oh, I didn't know. I don't pay attention to indie news or any news, so I'm kind of out of loop. That's fine. I just figured I'd start it. You guys can just come in whenever. Let's see. I think I updated that. Hey, Jeremy. No, Bram. It's just a joke from last night. Like when someone says they're taking off for the night, they say good night, and then everyone else says good night, and then other people think that person who just said good night is leaving. So I just say good night. Oh wait, I might as well take away your wrench, Bram. I think you're gonna not abuse it, so might as well lose it. Makes sense, right? The liberal whining begin. I guess so. Hey, if we're not here to whine, what fun is it? When I do stuff, I whine all the time. My wife hates it. I love it. Yeah. All right. All right. I will disappear. Listen, Jamal, he's got better things to say than me. I will. Wait. Baby's still asleep. I guess I'll just wait. Monotone. You know, people may not like it. I like it monotone. Are the liberals here? The fuck are they? Second band them. Right. All progressive streams must be used because it's a manner. Well, Jordan, it don't matter. Alt right can do whatever they want. Alt left can do whatever they want. And I don't think it really matters. Awesome, flies here. I don't know about good man. Maybe I'm an okay man. I'd be okay. I'm okay with okay. There's that episode Firefly. Hey, Lostona. Lost. You know what? The way that your name is Lost on the map, I always, because the N, no wait, the O isn't capitalized. I always pronounce it Lostona map. I was like, where's Lostona? I thought it was like some like Lithuania type of country or something, like Lostona. I never heard of it, so I thought that's what it was, but now I know it's lost on a map. Ronnie, man. Ah, goodness. Hey, David, how's it going? Okay, let's see. Kelley's. Well, that's fine. If Ring Central is spyware, you're being spied upon. We're being spied upon. It doesn't matter. Kelley was saying that. Sorry, I'm starting to mumble, aren't I? Wait, what's going on? I can't hear anybody. Is David Denton? Can you say something? Fly?
Yeah, this is a fly.
Okay, good. I think
I can hear you, brother.
Alright, awesome.
I'll keep you company for a moment until somebody else hops on here.
Sure, that's great. Awesome.
How are you doing today?
I'm alright. I just feel silly.
All good, brother. Yeah. All good.
And like my hair's all disheveled. I got this crazy wrinkly shirt. Like,
welcome to my world, E.
Oh yeah.
I know. I've been working all day.
Yeah. My sleep schedule is also crazy because my leave ended on Monday, so I'm back to work full time. And everyone keeps this anything goes up to like 4:30 in the morning. I mean, I usually sleep at 3, so it's not that big of a problem, but I'm just exhausted all the time.
Oh, I can imagine.
Yeah. It's alright. I just gotta learn how to live off of like 2.5 hours of sleep, and I'm gold.
No, we're gonna have to get you a little bit more sleep, brother.
I think I'll get used to it. It would be awesome. You know how productive you can be if you only need 2.5 hours of sleep.
Yeah, but I think there was a study done that you need 8 hours.
Ask Trump.
Yeah. Oh, great. Maybe I'll turn orange. Maybe that's the result of lack of sleep.
I think those are right hands.
He can only actually sleep 1 or 2 hours a night,
oh.
Which is probably why he's so insane. So.
You know, maybe I'll try to perfect his mannerisms. I'll just be the Korean Trump. I mean, we're kind of orange. We're in yellow territory, so I'm like halfway there.
You gonna deport yourself? I mean, it's kind of silly.
Well, I don't think he has a problem with Koreans. Doesn't he love the Koreans? You know, Kim Jong-il? Is he, or Un? Is he like are they friends or are they?
He's going after China.
Okay.
I think he's like inching towards the Korea. He all of a sudden he's starting to deport a lot of guys back to Mexico.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing right now.
Okay.
Which makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, Obama was deporting too, so it's kind of hard to see where he's drawing a new line as opposed to whether he's just continuing what the previous president's been doing to an extent.
I think he's either extending it or he's being a lot more vocal about it.
That's definitely true.
I don't really, I really don't know if he's really going farther than Obama did, or if it's just because it's him, it's being publicized that much more.
Yeah, exactly.
I really,
So, is it your wife's birthday today? Did I say that?
Her birthday tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow.
I wanted to get it in on YouTube and kind of sneak it in tomorrow.
Nice.
On Facebook, because I know she doesn't watch my YouTube channel.
Yeah, my wife too.
She hates politics, so I wanted to see what the reaction was before. I wanted to make sure people didn't. Oh, you suck. You can't sing. I wanted to make.
Yeah. Well, are you typically singing? Sure. It wasn't bad. You're brave. I am not a singer. I would never be able to do that.
the problem with me is that I just go off the rails with the words. I had to like just I had to look at the it's kind of obvious that I was reading the cue cards.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm okay. I like to sing. All right. I might actually throw another song in there, every once in a while. I don't want to become just the singing guy, but every once in a while I'll throw one in there just to lighten it up a little bit. There's all the stuff about white Minnesota ladies being shot and people's water and all of that. It gets every once in a while you have to lighten it up. So and I haven't set up the video camera yet, but maybe in the next couple of days, because it's just been crazy.
Yeah.
With all the arbitrations I got to work on, and working with the company I'm working with, and just everything going on, and tweeting with Sherry Honkala, and I'm like, holy crap. I thought it was like, oh my God, I thought that was like a private thing. And then she's like, oh, that was so nice and blah, blah, blah. I still haven't gotten any answer, but I offered I'm going to do a story. I think I said this before. I'm going to do a story on GoFundMe and a few different GoFundMes and what you can do. It's actually pretty cool, because you can go and look at local issues. You can look at different sections of the country and see what's going on and do it that way. And Sherry has a few GoFundMes that I want to and I thought about once she figures out how much she has one car, okay, and car's in the shop, and she doesn't have any way to get stuff to and from, and she has a big food drive and all of that. I was thinking about doing starting up a GoFundMe page so that she could get her car fixed. So, but there's other stuff, and not for nothing, I walked in the friggin' door at work, and I'm pretty with all the cool stuff going on, I was pissed off because the union just hired a new union rep, and she quit because she said that it wasn't for her and all of that. And before we hire union reps, we vet them and make sure that they're doing it for the right reason, and that they will never go to management. Well, she just became what's called a 204 beta day, which is kind of an assistant pseudo management position, which is like she lied to me and she went for the money. So imagine that, someone lying to someone for more money. But it's still, it's still really, really pissed me off, because it's like, yeah, I'm your friend, blah blah. It's like, if you're gonna do it, just be straight up with me.
Yeah.
Don't come, don't like have me train you and actually get people's information to you, and then quit and then do that.
Yeah.
Like a couple of days later. But other than that, Stevie has some interviews set up. I have some interviews set up. Things are starting to, I talked to Jamoral. I might meet up with him in a couple of weeks. I want to thank him seriously, because he started me on this whole thing. And
he is awesome.
He does some amazing work. He really does.
Yeah.
So.
And you are going to be doing some amazing work too. And Stevie's doing amazing work. Hopefully she can get her technical stuff ready.
Right.
Yeah, it's great. Definitely need more indie media out there. The problem
I'm kind of with you. I think that for each state you need one or like two or three guys like really plugging away. I do more like general stuff. I haven't really done that much local.
Yeah.
But if you get three really, really committed guys to doing it, I noticed that with the Justine Diamond story, I posted it right when it happened. I posted a short story, and I don't care about how many views I get or whatever. I think I got like 9 or 10 views, but I said exactly what was going to happen. I'm like, people are going to make this a damn race thing, and it's not.
Yeah.
And sure enough, CNN just posted a story about how they're making it about race. Of course, they're going to make it about race.
And you're right about the local stuff. I think I mean, local news. The importance of local news ends up being national news. It's not like I mean, right? People like us, we don't have reach. We can't cover news. Like I can't cover news if I was doing what you're doing. That's happening in say like Washington D.C. because I can't go to Washington D.C. Right.
Right.
But I can cover local news that's here in Boston or Massachusetts, or at least relatively close in this area of things that's going on. So it's
at least for now, like every once in a while when I get a vacation and I drive all over the place, I'm a little crazy. I'll go wherever. I'll go to Ohio. I'll go to Indianapolis. I'll go to wherever it is and talk to whoever. Hell, I might even drive up to Maine just for the hell of it and talk to Holly.
Yeah.
It's like I don't care. I'll go wherever.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't need to. Because Holly's around there, you don't really need to go to Maine, right? So it makes it easier, is all I'm trying to say.
Right. Well, my thing is, I want to reach out and I want to talk to people, which is what's cool about this. But I like to actually go and talk to people one-on-one, which is why the Left Forum is so great and the Mobilize 88 is so great, which I wish I could go to, but I can't. Which is why all the conferences are great. This is awesome too, but I do like to meet people one-on-one when possible, which is awesome that Jamal actually lives, about a half hour away from my hometown. So, and I don't have a problem driving around all over the place. The thing with Long Island is it's a pretty closed political community. If they know what you're doing, are they really gonna listen to me? I don't know. You know what I mean? It's a pretty established democratic thing, and if they think that you're kind of rocking the boat, they'll shut you out. I mean, I'll give it a shot, but I might be kind of the green voice, greenish voice.
Well, that's one thing I hated, I guess, or maybe still hate about indie media, which I didn't really voice before. That's like, once who's the green that was in California? He lost. I can't remember his name right now, but I know Mejia. Yeah, Kenneth Mejia. And then, of course, Sherry Honkala. After they lost, and they have issues, at least Sherry Honkala had issues, they really didn't see an interview with them again after the race. I think I saw maybe Jimmy Dore or someone do just one interview with them, but it wasn't like, a big issue in the media.
Which is kind of why I want to go down there. That's kind of my point. That the work continues. Yep. Even after you lose an election, there are people out there. Zephyr Teachout, Sherry Honkala, Kenneth Mejia. All these guys are working outside the system. They're still working, and they're still activists, and they're still important parts. Just because they're not inside the system right now doesn't mean they're not important to the cause. So, I mean, look at Nina Turner. You're telling me Nina Turner is not relevant? She doesn't have an office right now.
Yeah.
To me, she's extremely relevant.
Well, I guess, and that is to also mention that relevancy is much like beauty, is very much in the eyes of the beholder. But yeah, that's. But I think that's an interesting point all the same.
Well, if if the only people who were relevant were in office, then what are we talking about, and what are we doing? I don't like wasting my time. If I'm not, if anything that I do doesn't mean anything, I wouldn't be doing it. But I truly think that every individual person has a right and a responsibility to change their local community, which will eventually change their, their national, the whole nation, if enough people do it. It's their duty to through small actions, whether it be recycling or being a nice guy, or reaching out to somebody, helping somebody out when they're having a bad day, giving a couple of bucks to a GoFundMe. You know, um, if enough people do that, I've had this conversation with Jamal too. He's like, "Well, you really think that's going to change anything? You were recycling a can." To me, it's like that little chop on the tree. Enough little chops on the tree, it's gonna knock the tree over. And if you don't do it at all, then no, it's not going to make any effort. It's not going to do anything at all. Yeah, it's not a chainsaw, but enough chops in there, and it's gonna create change. And a big thing that the establishment does is they try to um, push these guys and push these guys to think that no matter what they do, it's not going to matter. And if you see what just happened with me with the rep that turned to be a supervisor, they're like, well, what are you doing this for? You're not getting any money out of it, and you're fighting a losing cause. And she turns around. Why would they recruit her if she wasn't going to do any good? Of course they knew she was going to be good, which is why they wanted her on their side in the first place. So, this whole idea that we can't affect change is horseshit. So, whether just because I lose an election, if I lose an election and I bring light to issues, I have won to a certain extent. Zephyr Teachout is an amazing person. I'd love to meet with her at some point, and I'm sure I will at some point. She's amazing. She almost beat John Fasow in a very, very, very Republican district in upstate New York. And everybody's like, "Oh, well, she lost." My God, I think she got closer than Ossoff. So I don't know. Anyway, I got to clock back in from lunch, but it was great talking to you guys. I'll probably come see you guys or talk to you guys later tonight. But yeah, things are starting to click. So, oh, look, Broken's back. Oh, that didn't sound right, but hey, Broken.
Hey, man.
I'm gonna go. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, see you, David.
Later.
Okay.
Hey, Olaf. Hey, CBC.
Hey,
Hey, guys.
hey, Broken.
I'm watching you guys watching a soccer game. So
You're watching a soccer game instead of watching Jamal? You bastard.
I'm watching the Timbers play, man. I already missed 15 minutes of it. So
Oh, man.
anyhow, so everything's groovy, man. I've got some meds today, and everything's groovy.
So, the situation with Kevin and Ariel, Kevin wants to kind of do a redress of the thing. I asked him about doing a private video one-on-one, but he wants to do it live. So if you guys are up for it, if other people who join Ring Central are up for it, we'll take a vote. If anyone wants to say no, because we
I'm
did
up for it.
suspend him for a week. So I don't want to just say yes, he can do it when he's supposed to be suspended. So I'm a yes.
I don't really know, so I'm not gonna.
Okay, yeah, broke
I
up
mean,
after you
I
met.
mean, I feel like Ariel's my sister, so I don't know, man. So
Sure.
I let it be up to her.
I mean, I just want him to
That's how
I just
that's how I view it.
it's just him
That
to address the situation from his point, because he never got to do it. He
well,
kind of left.
no,
And then-
that's cool. I mean, whatever. I'm just saying, as far as that's where I'm at. That's
I know.
whatever she says is cool with me.
And Aeolus, if you wanted him to allow him to come on and say his piece, and then
For who?
Kevin.
Kevin? I mean, look, I don't try to be a direct asshole to people unless I'm given very strong
Yeah,
reasons.
okay, I understand.
So,
This is just to allow him to come on, say his piece, and then get out.
look, if he wants to, I'm willing to give him one shot to say his piece, but I'm not. But that's really, it's up to him whether or not, because I'm not the one in charge of the group chat.
I'm not.
We're all together in charge of the group chat. But anyways, we'll ask others. I think if
I'm fully with you.
And I think you got to know what I think. I'd like to know what she thinks of it. Before. I mean, that's just. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, that's.
I mean, the suspension right now. He's suspended from, and he hasn't been joining our conversations.
That's
Ring
fine.
Central,
I mean,
so.
that's cool. I mean, whatever. But I mean, I just whatever the deal is just. I feel like we should ask. There should be some sort of asking her somehow.
But
that's
if she's not on, how do we ask?
Brad.
Yeah,
I mean, he never. It's hey, Brad. So if you've been listening, Bryan,
Hey, Bryan.
I mean,
What was the question?
the thing is, we didn't ask her vote for the suspension either. So I don't think it's. I haven't seen her on lately. Maybe she's not watching or watching, but not.
Just a few minutes ago.
She said she might be coming on tonight,
Okay. So we
but
can
she's
ask
not
her
sure.
to.
It's going to be up to how she feels.
True.
So I think if we're going to address this, we can probably address it without her here.
Yeah.
That's my opinion, because it's going to be us making the decision. I don't think she wants to be the one to make the call.
Yeah.
all right. Well, I mean,
Who's talking? Is that the fly?
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool.
So what are we voting on?
So
I didn't.
Kevin, we were gonna ask for your vote. You left right abruptly when I just wrote in Ring Central that we're gonna have a vote about it, and you're gonna have your say. But you left before that, so we voted. We still voted, but in your place, of course, I took the side that no, you shouldn't be suspended. So that's what happened. I've got the chat log if you want to look at it, Kevin. Just follow me on Twitter, and I'll just post it on a direct message. Anyways, so right now we're just wanting you to so Bram, if you weren't listening, that Kevin wants to redress the issue, have his say. He didn't really have a say before he left the Ring Central chat on Monday. So
I don't understand. What do you mean redress?
So have his say on it, of what happened and all this stuff, and then
Okay.
and then we'll continue on with the suspension, like, and then we'll probably reconvene. I don't know. We're kind of our own little odd justice thing going on. So
Well, you know my take.
I don't know.
We should be able to have a discussion about anything.
Yep.
Where I have to draw the line personally is when things get personal. I mean, there's no reason for that. There's no reason to call someone stupid or an idiot or anything like that. I mean, I admit I've done it, and I shouldn't have. but it's the same thing. You know, we have to be able to respect each other here, and I think that's honestly where I feel Kevin crossed the line, is he just was not being respectful.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is a hard one to get back on topic. Like, I think it was more over a course of time, and things some of us that didn't see, like he might have been more disrespectful during Stevie's live session, which I didn't see, but I heard about.
Yeah, I didn't see it either.
And like I was talking to Kelley, is we're mean to a lot of people. I mean, we're mean to David Cuckman, Sham Cedar, Hillary, or Madam Cyber Hack, whatever, Hillary Clinton. You know, if they came on, we're not going to be nice to them, right? I mean, we're mean to a certain extent.
I agree with you.
But that's punching up. That's punching
Yeah.
up. I feel like I don't punch side. I try not to punch sideways. I try to.
But when we also talk about certain topics, like for example, religion, I'm not religious. I'll say a lot of mean things about religion, and some people will take it personally, right? Oh, shoot. Anyways, you guys can continue the topic. I gotta make sure.
All right. Let's table this for at least a day so that I can get back up to speed a little bit.
Yeah, that's
or at least, I'll sit out the vote, one or the other, because I don't feel like I'm on top of this the way I need to be on top of this to be able to give an answer.
No,
So,
that
just so
the responsible thing to do in this kind of scenario.
I mean, you know.
And so everybody knows, I know that he's made multiple apologies too. Like, he didn't handle the situation well. Like, we all know that. It's just that, you know, but he does feel bad about it. And I just don't like that we're enforcing rules that weren't in place.
Well, I didn't know we had enforced any rules, for one. I hadn't seen that, but you know, the other than that, I just felt like he was, you know, I felt like it crossed the line. Yeah, it definitely crossed the line. So, I mean, I don't know how to describe the line. I just know, you know what I mean? So, but I don't necessarily think that precludes anything either. I just don't feel like.
No, I mean,
I don't know. I would have been happier had I been here in the moment, you know, on the thing, so that that would be different. So I feel like there's a certain amount of I don't have the same. I don't feel like I don't have the same sort of rights as not because I wasn't here. Maybe that's it. I don't. You know what I mean, I've seen it and I understand, you know, like I say, I put in my 2 cents. So, but, you know, I don't know that necessarily, like I said, precludes the idea. But, you know, I would like to, I don't know. We know he wants to do it. I just want to know, as there was a, you know, a target of this that made it an issue. I don't know.
All this is just giving.
It's all tricky. It's all tricky.
Look, all this is giving him a time to voice his side of the story. That's all it is, and he'll log off.
Yeah, I think that's the least we can do if we're going to ban, you know, for a week for something.
Yeah, suspending him for a week.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
So,
I mean,
Snork, are you okay with that? Bram, are you okay with that?
With what again?
Just having Kevin come on, say his piece, and then log off.
Okay.
Snork? Okay. So I think we're okay. So Kevin, if you want to do that right now.
I mean, if I could give one last piece before Kevin comes on, and when he comes on, I'll try and conclude it as fast as possible. ultimately, at the end of the day, I don't necessarily expect us to everybody in this room to be able to keep their cool on every single subject ever. People know that we all have our various points of hot flashes, the issues that genuinely trigger us to some degree or another, beyond just thinking about this in a calm and collected manner to the point where it's literal righteous indignation. For me, it's harassment, bullying, and the promotion of dangerous and bigoted ideologies that cross my hotline. For other people, it could be disseminating fake information to other people. Other people, it might be their individual taste in rap music. The point is that I don't expect us to be perfect about every single one. And to be honest, if I do feel that somebody's crossing a line, I'll be upfront in saying it. I said my piece about Caitlin Johnstone yesterday, and people know that I had my significant problems with her assessment of the situation, but of what the progressive movement, who the progressive movement should be allying with. But there's a difference between calling somebody out in from a position of respect and going below the belt.
From the incident that actually happened when it was live, I didn't see it as how you lost on Matt. I didn't see it as a personal attack. I saw it more of a personal attack on her. Ariel's thoughts or beliefs on the subject,
right? And that's
that's a slippery slope. When someone comes on and says something like we'll take it to a very, very exaggerative extent that we know is bad. Like, say someone was saying, abortion pills, it should just be made out of lead, just like back in the days of Rome, because it worked during Rome for a couple thousand years, and we know it's going to work now. There's probably not any negative benefits or negative things, whatever. And we all know lead is unsafe, and that ingesting an abortion pill is probably unsafe. But I'm gonna say that it's stupid, even though I don't know whether exactly an abortion pill would be unhealthy for an individual, because I know lead is unhealthy for an individual, but of course the abortion part works. So it was like, it's hard to just tell someone straight up that that's just a stupid thing, even though we're not attacking the person exactly, we're just attacking that ideal or thought or belief. And I think that's kind of where it went. And then of course we all know Kevin is a lot more louder. I think definitely more direct. Okay. But I don't think he was out there to personally hurt Ariel and get her to cry or whatever. I just don't think so. But I mean, no matter what, it still did hurt her, and that he didn't like. So it's a tough one, and we're here to be able to voice our opinions and stuff like that. But when it starts getting to people's beliefs, I mean, we tell, like, SJW beliefs are pretty stupid sometimes. Like, hey, you're against me and you're wrong, so you shouldn't, whatever you say, it doesn't matter. That's kind of the SJW stance that some of the anti-SJWs don't like, right? Is the ability to have a civil discussion about it. It boils down to you're basically not human because of your thoughts on gay marriage or whatever. So I think it's,
well, I think the problem is with that, in that scenario, it's less that whether or not they're actually human. Of course, they're fucking human. Everybody has opinions and beliefs that are to some degree.
Yeah, but are we here to? Yeah, but are we?
But most of us also don't ally ourselves with white nationalists.
See, let's not get to that part. Okay, this is See, when we start lumping in people
with
that
a
are
certain-
anti-SJW and saying that they're white nationalists. Not
No,
all
no,
of them
I'm
are
not
white
saying that they are
nationalists.
white. No, not all of them are white nationalists. What I'm not saying that they are white
But
nationalists. What
stop
I'm
lumping them
about is-
in.
No,
Not
but no, I'm talking about a very specific segment of that community. Yeah, there are plenty who aren't.
yeah.
Aren't
So
that?
I wouldn't just. It's just like every Trump supporter. You can't call them like Nazis or white nationalists.
No, they're not. Not
But-
every one of them is white
Yeah, but
nationalist.
I'm just saying, lumping them in is not a great thing to do. Just because a segment is that, doesn't mean that that's what that group is about.
Right. That doesn't define them.
And you know, this is our opinion. We have a differing opinion. Aeolus, you, me, Bram, and this is the forum to discuss that. And
Right.
it's
And-
not about being silent about it because we might hurt your feelings on the differences between that. This
No,
isn't
and
an
I
attack
wouldn't
on you.
encourage that for this particular form. But neither do I expect to keep my opinion about that silent. And ultimately, I think if that's the position we're arguing from, I may not always like it, but I at least understand. But I at least understand that I'm playing on an even playing field, and really, there are very few people for whom I reserve the right to yank that with, and frankly, nobody in here has crossed that yet. Has crossed that for me. So until that point, that I feel this is not something I can't support, and in all likelihood, probably if they continue the way they have, that won't ever have to happen. I have no problem in letting you guys speak your mind from a position of equal mutual understanding.
And so that's
I
kind of,
think basically what it comes down to is there's sort of just a level of civility, I guess, that everybody kind of holds. You know, even when heated, everybody holds that, and I don't know that was necessarily not the case the other night. You know, and so I don't like the idea of ruling on free speech kind of stuff. I don't think that's, you know,
Yeah.
it's ever a good idea to sort of get involved with picky union and stuff like that. But then again, I don't like, you know, one day timeout, whatever, however you guys want to do it, that's cool. But I guess the thing about it is, there's a certain amount of I don't know. It gets to be a star chambery kind of thing, and I don't like that either. I don't like that, and so I don't. What I guess all I'm saying is, at this point, we know he wants to do it, and I still feel like Ariel gets to at least give a thumbs up, thumbs down, just what her opinion is. She's not a voting member of it, whatever. I just feel like you gotta be able. We should be able to talk it out, but it has to be like, you know, less heat, less retard speak.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, using terms like that isn't exactly endearing.
Yeah.
You know,
but
when one uses it to another person directly, not like speaking of Hillary Clinton or something. I think that's a little,
but,
you know.
but it's also,
but that's something they should be taking care of in the minute, and it's. But that's anyhow.
I just take everything as a learning moment, right? It's gonna people are gonna have to learn certain boundaries or they're not, and that can't happen until the boundaries are crossed. So for me, I didn't see it as a huge boundary. We're getting into that really, really gray area as far as how we control freedom of speech on this channel. Like outright attacks, definitely we're not down with that. And we see it right away, they're out. Hate speech, we see it, yeah, they're out. Anyone trying to take over conversation, prevent others to speak, yeah, they're out. We kind of know that because that feels like preventing others from freedom of speech isn't freedom of speech, right?
Right.
So I think we're kind of
Intimidation and harassment, I think, also fall along that as
Yeah.
well.
I'd agree.
so
Right, and ultimately,
we don't want to.
yeah, go. I think to briefly sum up, freedom of speech isn't necessarily should not be isn't necessarily freedom from consequence for said speech. Your speech will have consequences and ramifications for the people around you, and either you are mature enough to accept that reality and to plan accordingly, and weigh whether or not the risk of the damage that your speech can have is worth the benefits that you could possibly lift out of it, or not. But you should not be surprised if you go on to say, so suppose I went up to an ANCAP convention and started handing out leaflets of the Communist Manifesto. I shouldn't be expecting to continue to have a fucking audience with when the crowd organizers decide to disbar me from the premises. That I have a right. Had my right to speak, and the consequences of that was me getting booted. But if that happens, I don't get to go around and complain that I get censored by an organization that was explicitly meant for a specific purpose, which is in this instance, supporting and developing ANCAP organization solidarity and group cohesion. That's
all right.
That's the ultimate point.
And it's sort of in more metaphorical sense. I think what's being discussed here is the difference between being cut off for the night and being 86 from a bar. It's basically what we're talking about. And I think that there are times you can get cut off for the night, and that's just the way it is sometimes. And, bars ain't going to stop you from coming, but I don't know.
Stevie, go ahead. Stevie, raise her hand.
Yeah, I think, okay, like, he lost his cool, and he interrupted and had some name calling, yeah. And that was pretty screwed up. And I think another factor that we should take into account is the fact that, Ariel's been here this whole time, and, Kevin's still kind of new to all this. I mean, heck, he just got the ability to actually talk on here. So, of course, I feel like we're going to, kind of side with Ariel where he's kind of new. So maybe we should take that into account. Like, maybe, we're a little, biased in that way. You know what I'm saying? I'm not excusing it. I'm just saying, it was a human mistake, which was apologized for, and that's all I'm going to say.
But ultimately, it is up to him to decide whether or not he wants to come back and.
He said he's going to be here in a few minutes.
Okay.
So while we're waiting, at my work, there was a town hall. Our new CEO for the company I work at, AIG, is Bryan Duperal. I don't know if I say his name right, but you can look up his history. I thought he was an awesome. He was pretty awesome, and I don't really think. Duperreault. I'll put it in the chat. So the reason I was impressed by what he did in town hall, and it was only an hour, is he talked a little bit, maybe 2 to 5 minutes, and then he left it up for Q&A, and he pretty much answered straight up people's questions. It wasn't a lot of filler like you would have a lot of CEOs talk about. And you know, it's hard to respect anyone who's a CEO of a huge company that makes millions of dollars a year and all this other stuff. But I like how he was direct, how he just went to get other people's questions and answers. I even asked a question, and you know, gave as an honest an answer as he could. We don't see that in leadership these days. Oh, go ahead, Fly.
Pam had a good question in the chat and wondered who was or what was the qualification for being able to vote. Maybe it is an idea to have everybody in the chat vote.
Yeah, I wanted to know how to do a poll if I can, but I don't think we can do that in.
Yeah, there really isn't a way to do that.
Like a straw poll or something.
Is straw poll like a site?
I think that's.
I think you can drop in a link to it, maybe.
Yeah,
I think that's Dupero.
Oh, Dupero. Okay, okay. I'll set up a straw poll.
You could also do that, I guess.
All right. So
yeah, strawpoll.me.
Good catch. The last time we had it, it was just the hosts and people in the Ring Central chat. So I figured at the moment that's how. Or how would we have done it? Sorry, I muted myself. I'm muting myself so I can write the poll. Sorry, carry on. Oh, wait. Oh, so anyways, the Stephen Dupero. So anyways, I thought that was really cool that, you know, leadership these days is all about, seems to be all about, you know, how great that person is and what they're going to do. But for him, it felt like, you know, everyone has the day-to-day operations to do. Everyone is important. His place isn't to tell people how to do their job, it's to support them, give them the tools to do their job. And the same thing with military experience that I found, like the best officers, the leadership and officers in the higher positions, their job was to do the same thing. It wasn't us to tell everyone how to execute, but giving them tools to execute better. Anyways, that's my thought on it, on leadership, the way I like things. Carry on. Sorry.
Does no one have news, or is everybody just waiting for this poll?
Yeah, essentially, we're just waiting for the poll.
Where do we see the poll?
I think it's in the word.
I set up the poll already, but okay. I don't want to have it yet until Kevin has his say. Just to be fair. So I already set one up.
Well, I'm going to abstain.
Okay.
Yeah, if you don't feel like you know the whole story or the event, yeah, definitely. All right.
I don't feel I guess I don't
post
feel.
Links in YouTube chat now.
I'm not gonna post the poll until after Kevin has his say. To be fair.
That's a good point, though. You might not be able to post the link directly. You might have to alter it a little.
I can post the link directly.
Okay. Okay.
I think moderators can too. Hi,
yes,
Shirley.
Moderators
can they now? Because I remember there was a time back when I think around the time Star Citizen was in development that the YouTube live streams didn't even allow the moderators to post links into the chat.
That's been fixed.
everyone.
Hi, Cheryl.
Girl.
Hi, Shirley.
Did anyone see Zach Hollow on Crosstalk today?
No, I didn't see.
Oh, he was really good. He was getting with this other writer that writes for the Huffington Post, and asked him, "Hey, didn't you write articles early in the primary and saying that Hillary Clinton was going to win?" He said, "Answer this question: who asked you to do that? Was it the DNC?" And he would never answer the question.
Oh.
Well, who else would it be? We're I don't know if you're aware of this, but we're about to do a poll here regarding how we're going to deal with Kevin from here on out. Whether or not we're going to ban him for a week. Were you aware of that whole situation?
Whether we're not going to what?
Ban Kevin for a week. We're gonna vote on that.
I came in on the end gist of that. So
Right. If you don't feel that you have enough information to vote, then you can just abstain from it if you want.
No, I don't have enough information because I came in on the end of it.
Got it. What's going to happen is Kevin's going to come on here in a minute or two and give his side of everything, and once he finishes, then we'll go ahead and have the vote.
So no news today, guys?
Well, yeah, there is. We're just sitting here waiting right now for all this.
I'm glad Trump talked to Putin because he's making the CIA stand down and stop arming them Syrian rebels that's trying to take our side out.
Yeah, that's important.
Yeah.
What's going on in there over there is really a powder keg, and the more we can do to kind of settle things down, the better. You know as well as I do, our deep state would love nothing more than to start another Cold War, or even worse, another hot war.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, is that Garden?
Yes, it is.
Hey,
How's it
no.
going?
Hey, no.
How was everybody tonight?
Good, and yourself?
Fine.
I know.
Usual.
Pretty good. I just wanted to. What's up, Fly? I just wanted to throw in my 2 cents about Kevin. I think he's. I'm not going to be able to stay on for too long. I have a horrible sunburn, and I have to keep hopping in the shower over and over.
Sorry to hear that, man.
Milk.
Sucks.
Use milk.
But anyway, like, I think Kevin is an honest actor. I went back and listened to that, and things did get a bit heated. They both got a little bit too emotional. You know, guys tend to get a little bit angrier when they're more emotional, you know, not to generalize too much. And women tend to get, you know, a little bit weepy if they get too emotional. So, you know, I would say that, you know, we just kind of let it slide, let them work it out between each other. And, you know, we have to be very careful about banning people who are honestly expressing their opinions, even if it's a bit harsh, you know, even if someone gets a little bit over emotional. So that's my vote, unless Kevin does something completely crazy when he comes in.
Like, as long as it's not like the Pizza Kid.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's an honest actor. I think he's expressing his honest opinion. It was a bit harsh, and some of the things he said were a bit uncalled for. I think Ariel's reaction was a little bit over the top, you know, and that's just kind of what happens. People get a little bit emotional if we're going to discuss these things. I mean, we don't know each other in person, you know. Things are going to get a bit heated.
I do believe that her reaction was in response to his actions, and he is the one that set it off by questioning her beliefs. If there had been respect for somebody else's beliefs, this wouldn't have even happened in the first place.
There, I agree. Yeah.
And I agree with that as
I
well.
agree.
It should have been a more respectful disagreement.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's my take on it.
Yeah, I would be a little bit more tact in a discussion like this. If I'm making my own video, hell, I'll tell people religion is idiotic. But it wouldn't be directed at someone, right? It would be directed at the topic, the generalization of religion. But see, I think that's where we can go with that, about disrespecting beliefs, but not when we're having a conversation with each other on it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could talk about my points, but I wouldn't just in generalize say religion is blah 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 disrespectful.
I think it's better to handle these things like you know, I think it's better to handle them fairly quickly and rather than, I don't know. Anyhow,
Yeah,
I don't feel totally objective here, so that's why I'm abstaining. So
yeah.
I feel like I fall both directions, so I can't.
Understood, TBC. It's a bad position that Ebon was put in this situation.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I feel both ways about it too. I don't like Kevin's tone, you know?
Yeah.
And I think it could have been handled better. But is it to the point where we begin kicking people out of the community? It's a slippery slope, you know?
Absolutely.
Doing these kinds of things. We want to make sure that people are honest actors. So that's the most important thing as far as I'm concerned. And that they're reasonably, you know, respectful of others. Sometimes that isn't always going to happen, you know, and if there's multiple strikes against a person, then that's a different issue.
Graham, you and me have the loudest keyboards, just remember that.
So anyways, I just got done watching Jamal's takedown of the Jenks interview.
Fucking Jenks.
Yeah, like I'll watch Tim's show like if Jamal's on. That's, you know, I want to support Jamal and the things that he does. And of course,
me too. And I think I can only watch so much Joe Manchin. I think that's one thing. I mean, I just knowing the guy knows better knowing the guy knows better ticks me off. Hey, Kelley.
You think you had it bad?
Hey, Kelley.
Jamal had to sit through the entire all 30 minutes of it and break it down for other people.
Oh, I watched it one time. I already know the pain and suffering, so and he probably watched it more than once. So
I feel so bad for him, to be honest.
Hi, Kelley.
Hello, I'm so glad you're back.
Like sometimes when you're doing these kinds of breakdowns,
Hi, Kelley.
You kind of have to be a masochist to get through it.
Kelley.
Well, I finally got down to the store and got some medicine, so
That's
I'm
good.
feeling much groovier tonight. Speaking of, right on. I'll be back with y'all.
I want to add just one thing, if I can, about the situation. I don't want to talk about all of it. I just want to talk about one aspect. And that is, I think it's really important, and this includes myself, because as you all know, there were some things that happened not here, but elsewhere, that I don't really want to bring to this chat. And I think part of the problem was there was some, I addressed Kevin's interrupting the other night, but I think part of the problem was there was stuff that happened off of the show here, off of the air here. It was on another thing and some comments. So I think that gets really tricky, because if someone just comes and watches this video, they don't understand the whole picture. But I think that's important for all of us to kind of do our best to not bring things here that don't make sense if you don't know that. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense?
No, I'd agree with that.
So yeah, that's the only point I wanted to make. Sometimes that's really, really hard to do when you're upset about something. But I think it's important for, this chap. If we have a grievance with somebody else on here, maybe we can try to just take care of it offline, off the air.
Well, I like them both, of course. I've got no problem with either of them. It's my concern is it degenerating into where we're banning people left and right because they express strong opinions or maybe get a little bit out of control sometimes. I don't want to see that happen.
Right.
It's important that we have a variety of opinions here.
I think there's two things I don't like. I don't think that I don't think it's right to police language and everything, but I think there's a certain familiarity someone should have with another person when screwing. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's like there's a dragnet where Joe Friday's in a night class with the hippies, and the hippies are going to take a vote as to whether the narc cop can be in the class. And then this lawyer stands up at the after they had all battled it out and says, I'm not going to take part in it because it's going against somebody's First Amendment rights. I don't know that the First Amendment, how much the First Amendment, plays into it here, and I just it
doesn't really.
Yeah, well, I mean, it does and doesn't. I mean, we can respect free speech, free opinion, or we don't, or I mean, it's I don't know. I mean, hey James, I'd like to hear from James, Snork, everybody else. I've said my 2 cents about everything. I don't know. I mean,
hey, I saw on the Intercept today that Congress is trying to push a bill through where if you have an anti-Israel protest, it'll be criminal.
Shirley, I think your mic is muted. Hold on.
Can you hear me now?
It's a little faint, but yeah, we can hear you.
You're clear now, Shirley.
I read on the Intercept today that Congress down there in Washington is trying to vote on a bill to make it criminal for people to do protests against anti-Israel, being anti-Israel.
The fuck?
Yeah. It's a nice Glenn Greenwald wrote it and Ryan Grimm wrote it.
They want to criminalize BDS and make it a $250,000 to $1 million, and I forget how much jail time.
What?
Yes.
It's beyond ridiculous.
I think Carden is a co-sponsor. Look it up. I can't remember.
Okay,
It's
so
in the Intercept.
protesting Israel.
For supporting the BDS movement.
That is so fucking dumb.
Yeah, you can be a Klansman, but you can't support the BDS movement.
Yeah, no, I mean that's America for you,
Actually, it
fucking
doesn't.
white supremacist central.
But hey, that's what we're talking about. So it's relevant. It's relevant. Touches upon everything.
I'm so sick of the right-wing government of Israel. You know, I think that the founding of Israel was illegal and unethical in the first place, but it's here now, and I would never suggest getting rid of Israel. But for God's sakes, that government has got to change. Too many problems.
I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I am convinced that the only reason that Israel hasn't nuked Gaza to oblivion with the arsenal that the United States gave them is simply because if they did that, they wouldn't be able to get to the oil supplies that were like 3 to 15 miles off the shore. That's the only reason they haven't done that.
Well, and it's right next to them.
Yeah, it's literally on top of them. It's practically on top of them because that coastal line that you saw the kids getting mortar shelled from. Yeah, just a few miles off of that, there's a massive fucking oil reserve that the Israelis want to drill into, but they can't right now because that's currently owned by the Palestinians.
I wasn't aware of that.
And that's the reason why they want Gaza so bad. That they need access to that oil supply. The Palestinians can't get to it because they're literally blockaded. If they even try to set up even a remote jerry-rigged oil rig out there, it would be not only dismantled by the Israeli it would not only likely be dismantled by the Israeli military, but there would probably be even harsher sanctions put on them.
They can't
they can't access.
They can't set a fish net out there, let alone build an oil rig.
No, but the Israelis can't do it either because technically it's in Gazan territory, so they can't access it either.
Well, yeah, but I mean, they do everything else, but.
Right, and so the whole point. So part of the point of them trying to slowly kill off the Gazan population is to, at least in my opinion, it's partially to ease in a sort of ethnic. It seems to be some sort of plan for slow ethnic cleansing of the region. So that by the time all the Palestinians die off, they'll have access to the oil. They can get a free jump boost to their economy because they can now sell all their oil onto the international market.
Well, yeah, they definitely are guilty of a form of genocide. What they're doing to these people is comparable to what was done to the people of South Africa, for example. Except worse, really, because, whereas South Africa wasn't trying to eliminate its black population, the Israelis are trying to eliminate the Palestinians, or at least drive them out of the region. I don't know.
It's kind of both.
Where they plan to go.
It seems like they want to ethnically cleanse the people in Gaza, but then shove everybody else out. Now, to be honest, that what I've made was a pretty heavy claim, and I shouldn't be making something like that without due evidence. And so, allow me to pull up. Give me a few minutes actually to pull this up because this is a pretty alarming statement.
Well, there's plenty of evidence for it. They're displacing people from their homes. They're enacting group punishment, collective punishments. Look at the map and how it's progressed over the last 40 years. More and more land gets swallowed up. Where are these people supposed to go?
All right, here is the article I was. Yes, this is a very lovely. Comes from the very lovely words of a young Israeli politician by the name of Ayelet Shaked, who had this to say. Oh fuck, where is it? Hold on, give me a second to find it.
I thought you were going to say that Avigdor Lieberman. He's another sweetie.
Oh, here it is. Okay, here's this. This is let's and thank God, we have fucking idiots like this young woman who apparently a part of the new Israel justice minister as of 2015 for the Israeli government. And she had such an enlightened view of the Israeli conflict at that of the time. She decided that it was time for to declare the entire Palestinian people as the enemy and justified its destruction, including its elderly, its women, its cities and its villages, its property and its infrastructure, and doubled down on this further by calling for the slaughter Palestinian mothers who give birth to, and I quote, little snakes. Yeah. But yeah, Israel totally isn't interested in genocide.
Yeah, I think I've heard that little snakes line before.
Sure they're not.
I might have read that same article at some point. That's just disgusting.
If you believe
that Palestinians don't deserve rights.
I just don't buy into Israel is predicated on the idea that Europeans have a right to that land, because that's who mostly we were talking about when Israel was formed. Talking about a bunch of Europeans going down there and taking over land. And, you want to have a religious basis for doing this, that's fine, but I'm not going to buy into it, and I'm not going to support it.
I just don't understand, after the Holocaust, why did they put the Jews over there? I just don't understand that.
Put them over where, Shirley? In Israel?
Well, yeah.
Because they want a stronghold in the Middle East. That's, that goes back 1,000+ years or whatever.
And also,
it's a continuation of this mess.
And also, there probably was some latent anti-Semitism that was in it, that they felt shitty about the Holocaust happening, but neither did they actually want to be stuck with a bunch of Jewish refugees in their land. So,
well, all this,
they had all this extra land that they bought, that they claimed that they had bought off of the Palestinians in that region, probably more likely colonized and stole it from them, that they had lying around, and it happened to be in a place that was very close to the old capital of the Judeo-Christian world. So, hey, look at it this way: we can get rid of, we can send some extra Jews we don't want down out into the middle of a desert. We get a stronghold in the Middle East, and just in case that Revelation thing actually ends up happening, we'll have a free ticket out.
Well, this whole thing began before World War II,
Well, I mean,
they started moving down there and taking over land before World War II.
Yeah, I mean, that had been obviously, but they hadn't intended. I think at that point they weren't necessarily intending for it to to format a Jewish state. It's more that they wanted the resources that was in the Middle East, primarily likely oil and stuff.
But they I don't remember it exactly off of hand right now, but there were calls for an Israeli state before World War II.
Well, yeah, there were calls for a Jewish state, but none that was specifically centered in Israel.
Okay, we'll continue this conversation. Kevin came on, so we'll let him have his say, and then we'll
okay, time out 1 second. When I just got on here, my audio wasn't enabled, so I didn't hear like the last 30 seconds to a minute you were talking.
Don't worry about it. We'll continue that conversation again.
Yeah.
All right, Kevin, what did you want to say about the thing? We're going to have a revote, a poll where everyone in chat and Ring Central can vote on it. So definitely have your say on what happened.
I wasn't trying to hurt her feelings. I was trying to protect her wallet and protect her health. And I just trying to protect everybody else just from there was no basis to it. And then when everybody tried ganging up on me to try to defend something that has no evidence or no basis, I got angry. All right, I accept that, and I apologize to Ariel for hurting her feelings. That was not my intent. My intent was just for her to realize.
Yep. I think I'm not sure if I could speak for everyone, but we might need to try to be a little bit more relaxed on people's thoughts or beliefs on the subject matter, no matter how much we disagree on it. But we can voice our opinions.
Even when it can possibly harm their health?
Yes, even that. For example, someone might be saying promote non-GMO products, even though that there may not be any real basis on that GMO products are actually harmful. We do know that certain GMO products are harmful by the way that they operate with how that they're utilized, right? Based on what factors made, what did they genetically modify and why and whatnot, and the chemicals involved. Like say they're resistant to a strain of chemicals, and those chemicals are sprayed. It does function, but is that harmful to us? Whatever is their data. So, we're not going to stop and say, hey, no promoting non-GMOs, right? We're here for free forum. Someone could say and support non-GMO foodstuffs. Someone else could say, you know what, GMOs are safe. Here's why.
Excuse me, but we have had that discussion on GMOs.
Yeah.
We had the discussion and we discerned what was the bad part and what are the bad possibilities of it and what are the good possibilities of it. But the fact still remains that we had evidence and research to base those decisions off of.
Yeah, I understand. And some might not have as much evidence and research. But it's important that we all have our say, but not maybe directly attack and call something in a very negative light. For example, if I was going to say something in a very negative light about religion, because I'm very, very harsh on religion. And I know that there are a lot of people who are religious, because I have friends and family where I talk about religion to them, and they get offended. And it's not meant to directly harm them or hurt them in any manner, but I'm just very, very vocal about religion. But I wouldn't say that here because I might offend someone about religion, whether I call it like fairyland type of stuff, right? Or a particular religion, or call it a cult or whatever. I would say that in like a general video I make myself. But here we kind of want to be a little bit more respectful about beliefs. I could definitely say my points about the religion that I dislike and that's true, and have actual evidence base for it. But I don't want to just start saying that they're just crazy to believe in something like that or something like that, right?
Did I say that?
No.
Did I insult her intelligence? Did I call her crazy?
Well, when you call something...
what I was attacking is a false product. That's what I was attacking.
Yeah, but try to keep it at that rather than just calling it outright snake oil. I know that you believe that and think that it's snake oil, and some of us might share
I
that
don't
same
believe
opinion.
that. I have evidence to
Yeah,
base
yes,
that off
yes,
of.
I know. We might think the same way, but at least try to be a little bit more polite in the discussion of it. It's not to attack someone's beliefs.
Well, if anybody else has anything else to say to me, I'll leave now and let the vote continue.
Well, Kevin, like, I think that things just got a little bit out of hand. Like, it's not, I don't think it's a super big deal, but again, here, I'm hearing you in the chat now, and again, you're interrupting and you're getting upset. That's the things that and I agree with you that people kind of piled on you a little bit, right? So don't think that I'm totally against you, but you know, I hear it again. You're getting upset and you're interrupting. We all have to keep that in check. So that's all I got to say.
The Fly and James.
Yeah, I just have to say that, again, even science is not infallible. We are hearing many times about science changing their opinions on new information gained. How do we know that other people of other beliefs don't have any good information? They've been around for thousands of years. We're all their descendants. We all made it. I'm not hearing respect for others' beliefs. There has to be respect for others' beliefs in here. Whether or not you agree with them, that's your decision, but you must respect others. I'm done.
All right, James, you're muted. I'm unmuting you. There you go.
I'm not sure what the backstory is. I guess there was more before that night. I'm not sure, but I've watched that twice. I will say this: he never directly called anybody a name or called anybody out, but from what I can tell, and it's, you know, tactful. I'm not perfect at it. Respectful. I'm not perfect at it. The way I approach something, I'm not perfect at it either. But the thing is some people are very strong with their product or their belief or their way of life, and so in us in this forum, you know, I'm not just going to say, "Oh, screw you, Broken. You bring up everything I want to say because we've done the same shit all the time." God damn it, you know, which he does, which pisses me off because everything he says, I've already done it, so I can't say it because now he's already done it. He takes my limelight all the time. But you see what but I'm not going after him. I'm being, you know, it's just I think there was a button that you pushed. You didn't mean to do it. I'm freaking happy as hell that you came on tonight, and I'm very happy that you're coming back and approaching this, and that's really strong and very big of you. And the other thing is you got your mic going, and now you're getting this shit. That's what freaks me out about this is that the guy I've been like this forever with you, and then all of a sudden he gets his mic and he's like dun dun dun, you know, he's all over the place. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. I really think that we can keep going. I like your opinion. I like what you bring to the table. Just don't talk about my mama.
All right. So I'm gonna put the poll into revote whether to keep you suspended. We might suspend you at least for tonight, Kevin, just to get the vote through, and we'll live by the results of the vote. What I will say is, if you're gonna go down the road of really going off, maybe try to warn someone, saying, like, for example, I'm gonna go off on James. It's like, James, I love you, and I don't want to mean any disrespect to you, but your thoughts on this matter is blah 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 blah. Right? Give him fair warning that it's not a personal attack. It's trying to, you really want to vent. Like, this is a great place to vent, and especially with you, Kevin, when you first came, you couldn't get any word in because your phone would just cut you off. So, and we know that when people come in the first time, they just have tons to say, and we kind of sit back and let them have their say, right? But we just want them to know that, you know, there's others in the room that they can't just take up the entire conversation.
So thank you, Kevin, for coming on and having your say. If you have anything last thing to say, and if you can go, I don't want to remove you, but go ahead.
Nope, that's all I had to say.
Thanks, Kevin.
Aloha.
I will leave now.
I'll see you soon. I think I voted wrong the last time.
Okay, so I left the link in the chat and also the link to the poll here. Let's all vote and then we can move on and have a different conversation. I would love Ariel to come back on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? I didn't buy this shit for nothing. You know, there's a reason. I've got grapes. I bought broccoli today. Fuck. And a little steamer so I can steam my vegetables. She's done that. She did that for me.
I still haven't seen you chug any apple cider vinegar tonight, James.
I will.
Better get to it.
I will.
Evening and not in the morning. I thought you were supposed to take it in the morning.
Really?
Yeah, to blow your metabolism for the whole day, and then you're not. And then by the nighttime, you eat regularly.
Oh, looks like you're fucking it up, James.
I've been taking it like nothing. Yeah, I've been taking it like 10 o'clock at night, so it's not doing shit. It's just
I tried it too. I tried it in the morning, and I did not feel the need to snack. I thought that helped a lot with the feeling to snack. But I never snack in my sleep. That's why I thought morning was better.
Yeah. I am not a robot.
I was just taking in my greens while you guys were talking.
Yeah, I think it's about that time. The sunburn is killing me. It's driving me absolutely batshit.
Go.
All images with cars.
If you need it,
That's horrible, Garden.
look, if you need to go and take care of your sunburn, go do it.
I've already done everything I can for it. It's just going to require time.
You can't like take a bath full of aloe or something.
Oh yeah, like I have aloe on my back. I've taken multiple cold showers, a couple of hot showers, taken some Advil, and now it's time to
not
do
to
something
sound like
else.
not to sound like James for a second, but I mean, like if you totally need to take a shower, you're more than free to just take the shower and keep it on speakerphone if you'd like.
I'll put it up on the video camera. How about that?
Whoa!
Woo!
Hey, we have to keep. Are you trying to get?
Trying to make some money here, man.
We're trying to keep this channel running, though.
I take a shower every month, whether I need it or not.
Yep, that's the old school way, isn't it?
Okay.
I'm fine, you guys. I'm just whining.
So that's funny. So we're gonna start doing porn. Is that what we're doing?
I guess. Is nudity porn though? I mean, I'm just
it
nude.
used to be called.
That took
late night.
That took a strange turn.
You guys are jinx, man.
We're sick fuckers.
This game is 3-0. 3-0. You guys are definitely janxed.
I think he was trolling him. Like, I think Joe Manchin was trolling Jenks.
That's the way
after a certain point because he just kept doing it.
You see me with that guy? Fucking bad.
People will do things like that to throw you off your game, even like the most straight-laced people. If they're in a debate or something, they'll try little tricks.
What game was Jenks playing? Because all I saw was tiddlywinks.
Yeah, that was the laziest interview. I don't know. Jamal apparently got something out of it. I didn't.
I'm not a journalist. I'm not like any kind of scholar. But I mean, I know more about West Virginian politics in West Virginia than Jenk does, and that isn't, I guess if the dude's going to ask questions, he should have a little bit more depth, was my thinking, rather than just have a list of that thinks he's going to get, somebody that's been in the Senate for a zillion years on the old, here are the list of your top donors thing, because they've all been through a zillion times. Oh, I don't even see those things. I don't know who gives me money, all that bullshit. So,
Well, the response, I mean, Cenk would ask him questions like, do you think that we should get money out of politics? And Joe, of course, there's no other answer he can give but yes, right? I mean, so like Cenk just accepts that answer and says, okay.
No,
he's down to the next one and said, we'll let the audience research it.
Worse than that,
that's why you're interviewing.
Worse than that, he let Joe Manchin sit there and say the toxic environment of DC, and just took it straight faced. I mean, if there's Captain Toxic, it's Joe Manchin. That bastard. As far as I'm concerned, he should never be able to use that phrase.
Yeah, I agree. He's, one of the scummier ones out there.
But, good Christ. Yeah. Well, the thing is that Cenk Uygur is just, well, I mean, let's be honest here for a second about one thing. Cenk Uygur is not in a position where he should be talking to anybody as if he actually has any degree of political forte about political philosophy, political strategy, most things about politics in general. Yeah, I mean, he works as an activist organizer. I guess that's a good thing. But he also uses his media platform as a means to boost an organization that he runs while he's running a tying it to a for-profit media organization because, what are ethics?
Yeah, I mean, he knows enough about the system because he's been involved with it either on the periphery or, at times like directly involved with some of these people. But he knows enough about it to facilitate his business operations. I mean, that's what it's about for TYT. It's a business. They aren't these like, revolutionaries or however they want to paint themselves. Politics comes second in that organization, if not third. Ideology comes second, if not third, in that organization. It's a business. It's about making money.
It seems like it all kind of ends up that way. I think I'm kind of sensing that from some people that I've watched through YouTube kind of move into higher levels of YouTube. I mean, they become more popular, and it starts to turn into, you do it enough, and I think you can quit your day job. It comes to business.
Well, I mean, let's be honest for a second. I mean, part of this is it's sort of systematic to the way our economic system is structured. You go where your money follows. You're incentivized to go where your money follows in one fashion or another. So to me, the fact that what fucking Cenk Uygur decides to set up his platform in a manner that allows him to maximize his profits while still maintaining some sort of semblance within himself that he is running a progressive media organization, whether or not that's actually reflective of reality or not. I think is somewhat emblematic of that. Tendency. And this is something that can happen to any organization or any person. I mean, we saw this happen to Rachel Maddow. We saw this happen to Joy Reid, to Chris Hayes, and to a lesser extent to Lawrence O'Donnell. I think to Lawrence O'Donnell and many others as well. It doesn't necessarily you go where your money will follow, and if that money trail leads you to take positions that you would never usually take in the absence of the influence of said money incentive, then that's only symptomatic of a condition that is already innate to the system we already have.
Well, I agree
Okay,
that there's.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, James. Go
I
ahead.
was just going to say, so what's going on with Lawrence O'Donnell? I thought, isn't he gone pretty soon?
No, so apparently the viewers on MSNBC got furious enough because in the past several months that they had picked up Megyn Kelley and Greta Van Susteren from Fox News, but they were planning on getting rid of Lawrence O'Donnell and a bunch of Republican strategists onto MSNBC, but they were also planning to let go of Lawrence O'Donnell. And the viewers revolted enough that apparently that MSNBC's president was forced to relinquish and renew his contract.
MSNBC cares about their viewers? When did this happen?
I know. Breaking news.
Apparently they realized that they were beginning to stretch the bubble a little too far, so they had to sort of reprioritize. Because like MSNBC, regardless of what it functions based on being able to shift liberals slightly further to the right, to the economic right, in order to accomplish their particular justice. They're obviously attempt to be very socially liberal. That's why they have a bunch of commentators like Joy Reid, Chris Hayes, Rachel Maddow, and so on and so forth. But economically, their functional goal is to shift the Democrats to the economic right, in the smoothest transitional way possible. And having people like Greta Van Susteren and Megyn Kelley frontlining their news output is somewhat while getting rid of one of their most progressive commentators. And I know that's kind of a very loose statement at that, but at a certain point, you can only stretch that bubble so far before it begins to tear, and they realized very quickly that bubble was tearing, so they moved to repair it.
Well, it seems like people were noticing the pattern. It was all about following. So both of them, Megan and Greta, they've had pretty good, decent followings, and it's just getting the fans to move over to their station or bringing.
Well, Greta's been fired.
Greta's gone though, right? You said Greta's gone?
Yeah, Greta's gone.
Oh shit, I didn't know that. But anyway.
Yeah, she got fired
from MSNBC.
Yeah, she got fired from MSNBC.
When was this?
When did it happen?
Where's Shirley? She should know these things.
Oh.
Shirley.
She got fired a couple of weeks ago. She didn't
I don't
even
know
get
what
a
happened
chance
to
to say
Kelley.
goodbye on air.
Is she going to start a blog? I'd love to troll it.
I know.
That's all she's left with is a blog.
Well, I have to say I'm rather impressed that MSNBC managed to find any person who had less charisma than Chris Matthews to headline their new evening news output.
This is what I think happened to Lawrence. I think what happened is they went in the back alley and they went, "Hey, Larry, this is what you got to start doing. You know what I'm saying? Okay." The fucking DNC mafia.
Yeah.
Yeah. They set him straight. Or you're gone. I'm gonna pick you up. It's.
Well, I mean, the MSNBC's president hates Lawrence O'Donnell apparently, so he didn't want to keep Larry on there, but unfortunately, there's a good chunk of MSNBC's viewership that happens to really like it. That happens to really like Lawrence O'Donnell, and losing that basically would mean a very sizable dent in their wallets that they are not wanting to risk. And especially after the flubs with Megan, Kelley, and Greta Van Susteren, they really don't have any fucking choice. If they want to keep a sustainable business model and be able to continue to serve their function of dragging the Democratic Party to the economic right.
Yeah.
So,
hey, I just wanted to say real quick to Shirley. Shirley, I saw your boy, Michael Rivera.
Huh?
I saw Michael or Mike Rivera.
Mike Rivera. Yeah.
Yeah, that guy's he's like a little wizard.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anybody heard of this guy?
He's good.
I've heard of Mike Rivera, but I've never really, I've never listened to any of his commentary.
Yeah.
He took my call today.
He's in Hawaii.
Yeah.
And he's on from 5 to 8. And he's really good.
Oh, another bit of news for me. I'll show you. So Stephen Grumbine from The Real Progressive was going to come on tonight. I sent him the link, but he couldn't get it going on his I don't know if you can see that. He said he couldn't get it going on his phone, but he wants to come on. He's doing all kinds of crap. I just hope Bram's here and Snork and everybody there, all you financial wizards.
No, I just took a few economics courses in Germany. That's all.
Yeah. Well,
hey,
anyway.
hey, James, did you see Zach Holler on Crosstalk on RT?
No, I did not.
Oh,
sorry.
You got to watch it. You did catch it on YouTube.
What's his name? Could you give me the name again, please?
Zach Holler. He's with the Real Progressives.
Did you say Jack Haller?
Zach with a Z.
Yeah,
oh,
Zach.
Haller.
Okay.
He killed it.
ZACHHALLER. Okay. Truth Against the Machine. I've seen that a few times, yeah, but not recently. There's so much. There's so much. And you know what's interesting is now that I haven't had cable for a long time, paying $140 freaking a month, thank the gods. But there's just link after link after link, and it goes in so many directions. There's so many people out there that are posting up stuff against the machine. And what's really interesting is a lot of it is very similar to what we talk about. A lot of it is kind of in unison and going in the same direction. Everybody's attacking the DNC because they can all see the corruption. It's just right in front of our faces, but there's just so many. I had no idea there was just so much.
Yeah, I mean, it's all over the media and has been for months. Attacking the DNC is just all too easy now. It's all too easy, all too much fun. And they deserve it because they subverted the will of the American people in a general election. Bernie should have been the nominee, period.
Period.
Like, if it were up to me, there could be criminal charges applied to some of these people for what they did.
Somebody mentioned the guillotine.
I would go that far. Maybe some hard labor.
And it was a new poll out today said Hillary Clinton poll approval ratings are even higher than Trump's now.
What?
Her approval ratings, her unapproval ratings are higher.
Oh, okay. I thought you said approval. I'm like, ah.
No.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought I was going to, oh, that's coming from MSNBC. That's bullshit.
And I actually saw, I don't know what article I saw this over, was a top Democrat. He's a big time, he's a billionaire, and he supported Hillary. But he even came out and said they need to get Bernie Sanders. I forgot the guy's name. But he said they need to get Bernie Sanders. But they're still not tacking on to his message. They act like it's a venereal disease.
Yeah, a lot of that's really sad. Is the will of the majority of the United States? It doesn't matter. Usually, Democrats. More recently, is they're. It's like, what did you say? Oh, single payer. What? It's single what? You know, it's like it's so sad. It's God, it just drives me crazy. I want to slap him.
For me, Bernie is no longer a viable option.
I agree. He's been pandering to the DNC, and I brought up the fact that there are two giant monsters out there with endless amounts of money, in my opinion. And once they open the door and they show you the vault, you're done. I think that's what's happened to Bernie. I think, or they took him in the back room and slapped him.
There were some rumors that he was beaten up on. Did you hear about those rumors?
Yeah.
I don't think they're true, but it's kind of funny. But he's been complicit in this bullshit.
Too much.
Even a little bit is too much, in my opinion, when it comes to this. And he's been complicit a lot. And it's unacceptable. We can't guarantee, if we were to put him into office, what would happen?
Well, that's kind of the tough spot about social democracy as a ending point for negotiations. When you're talking about it as a political and electoral strategy, certainly, I think that social democracy has a far more beneficial model for society than something like what we currently have in the United States. Obviously, Europe has flourished greatly under the implementation of social democratic policies that allow it to not only provide adequate education for its citizenry, but also access to basic medical care, and to respectable wages, and not more importantly, reasonable work schedules and work hours and holiday outputs. And now that's something that social democracies can afford. But there's also this tendency for that is also noted. I've noticed with social democrats in Europe that oftentimes that they run the risk because they're sort of the genuine center left. They're always running the risk of being tampered with, obstructed, or watered down into a position of acquiescence to the neoliberals in power. Because simply put, the neoliberals, and more importantly the capitalist class that benefits from the implementation of neoliberalism, will always work into the better interest of undermining those policies, because that's what keeps them with money, and that money translates to them having social and political power within that society. So, let's not pretend like like Bernie Sanders is a sort of a unique evil in that sense. He's really only one of thousands of social democrats who have been run through the muck of that system.
Well, he is unique in a sense. Like, there haven't been lawsuits filed like this regarding some of this nonsense that has gone.
I know, and I'm not like.
I mean, he refuses to support any efforts to correct this, and it's disheartening to say the least. Like, I was kind of aware that even before this happened, what Bernie was all about. Like, he's a politician. Don't get me wrong. He's going to do certain things. I never saw him as some knight in shining armor. But this takes it to a new level. When you just blatantly turn your back on the rule of law and your own supporters.
Yep.
I mean, okay, and we can quibble about what the rule of law and the intent of the law is, because sure, the DNC, they have the legal right to pull some of this, right? They can go ahead and go in the back room and choose the candidate without our input.
Mm-hmm.
But the intent that works against our system. What's that, Shirley?
I said, yeah, they chose Kamala Harris right now.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
So I agree with you, Gordon. Sorry, I'm here, guys. I'm just lying down. I totally agree with you. In fact, we're having another Draft Bernie meeting here at our house weekend after next. But I don't hear, even those guys don't really talk about Bernie anymore. I think they need to drop the Draft Bernie part of People's Party, or it's not going to go anywhere. And it may not anyway, but I'm with you on that completely. I just wanted to say one other thing about something James said about all the news or all the information coming at you in so many different directions, and it's just so time consuming to chase it all down. Michael saw something on Facebook. I think it's been out a while, but I hadn't heard of it, called Hypernormalization. Has anyone else heard of this? It's a documentary.
Yeah, I watched the whole thing.
Yep.
Did you? I just started it.
There's another documentary you should watch that he made. It's called Century of the Self. It's like 6 hours long, though, so watch it in bits.
Oh, I love that stuff. It's one of those you don't want it to end, right? So I just thought the most interesting part of just the trailer of that was how the system is now set up where all of us are going online on social media. And we're all, we're very active, and a lot of us know the real story now. We know we're being lied to. But it was, the way they explained it was like, but nothing's changing because it's all in this virtual world online. Now, I think that can translate into, getting more people out to vote and that kind of thing. But it was really interesting the way it was presented that, in itself, just being online and furiously being an activist is contained, and it could just be an echo chamber. It was really interesting, so I'm going to watch the rest of it. But I tweeted it earlier. It's called Hypernormalization.
I'm on it.
Yeah, it's definitely worth watching, you guys. Definitely.
I'm not surprised you've already seen it, Gordon.
Well, it's almost a companion piece to Century of the Self, too.
Okay.
So I would recommend watching both of them. I mean, the themes and the points they cover are so extensive that I'm just not going to sit here and chat about them. But watch them. Watch them both.
Will do.
Well, I'm not giving up on Bernie. I think it's a reason. I think he know about that lawsuit, but there's a reason why he not saying anything. And I think he's got something involved with the deep state, because that's what's involved with this Russia crap about Trump. Because I really think they would like to assassinate Trump.
That's possible, Shirley. But it's
really
just it's possible. It's just to hear him talk about Russia, that was it for me. Couldn't take it.
Aloha, guys. I'm going to go to sleep now.
Oh, bye, Broken.
Now he's taking my aloha.
Yeah, good to see you back, Broken. Good night.
Adios. How about that?
Later, buddy.
Later, man.
Medication set in.
You're stealing his limelight.
No. No, the thing about Bernie that really chaps my hide is you've got a couple out there risking their lives to support his cause, and it's just the Jared and Elizabeth Beck are just they're practically standing in the middle of a giant war zone, and he hasn't said a word or mentioned a blemish, and that's God. If I could get in front of that man with a freaking microphone, what do you think about the DNC lawsuit with Jared Beck and Elizabeth Beck? What's your thoughts on that, Bernie? I want to see his reaction because he should be supporting that. He definitely should be saying, I'd like to know. I'd like to see this go further. I'd like to know what happened. I think it's important that the American people, I'm not going to tell him what to say. Hopefully he's not fucking watching, but he should address it because it's huge. There's millions and millions of, what is it? 214 million, over $200 million or something like that people threw at Bernie, but then we find out later on that he wasn't going to, no matter what the fuck, no matter if Jesus himself came down from the heavens above and said, choose Bernie, it wasn't going to freaking happen. And if he was, riding on the back of Superman, it just wasn't, they were not going to let it happen, period. So
one thing I can say, he didn't give up his email list.
That's true.
Yeah. My guess is that they already had the email list before they started even asking for it.
Ah, good point, Gordon.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm with you on
I
that.
think so too, because I get all these emails from Debbie Wasserman Schultz that I don't want.
Did they ask you for $27?
I don't remember what they asked me for because I never actually read them, but I know they're asking for money.
Well, I unsubscribe from them emails when I get them.
Yep.
So I haven't been receiving them anymore.
I unsubscribe, but I still get them for some reason.
Hey, you guys, did you ever hear Trump gave an interview with the New York Times? He threw his Jeff Sessions under the bus. He said I wouldn't have hired him if I knew he was going to recuse himself. And he said he threatened Mueller tonight too. He better not look into his businesses with Russia.
I haven't caught that. I'll have to look.
Yeah.
You always have the breaking news, Shirley.
And I think Sessions might be getting right on his way out. I hope he is, because all that thing with cops, he's trying to do, cops can take our stuff. They're already doing it, but he's making it really legal. He want to make it really legal.
Well, it's like civil forfeiture and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The thing is, civil asset forfeiture has always been super legal. I mean, there's corporations that get paid to go around and give seminars to police forces on how to legally steal from people using civil asset forfeiture.
Oh yeah, but of course, there's always ways to grease the wheels and make it easier, right?
I'm sure.
I think that's what Sessions is all about. He wants to make civil forfeiture and other unpleasant things a reality.
Well, I think he just wants to increase the number of forfeitures so the government is stealing more things from the people.
Well, that's a good part of the reason why the drug war has continued for so long, aside from the fact that it allows us to position strategically around the hemisphere and the globe. And, there's many reasons for the drug war, but that's one of them. Is it like you can make more money off of just taking people's stuff than you can off of, trying to create a system and tax and all this other stuff. You can just take the stuff.
Well, that's because the stuff is what's actually valuable. It's like the government could take all the money they want from you and it wouldn't mean a damn thing. But if they take your car, if they take your house, if they take your money, if they take your valuables that you have on you, your rings, your jewelry, whatever, they can pawn that stuff and, sell it, or they can stock it up in their fortress called a police station and have real value.
Well, the local departments get a bigger cut of that, get a direct cut of that too. Whereas with taxation, like it would kind of be a loop around. Some of the money would go to the police, but with civil forfeiture, your local sheriff's department gets a good chunk of that, or whatever.
A lot of times they get all of it because a lot of times the sheriff or the high patrolman or whoever will pull you over. They'll say that they think the money that's on you was it's suspected of being involved in drug use or drug running or something like that, and they'll accuse you of something without charging you. So then they can legally steal your stuff. And then since they didn't charge you, there's no legal process of getting that back. So that cop just now has whatever amount of money you had on you, or like in the big cities, the reason that all the cops drive around in Ferraris and Lamborghinis is because the rich people go there. They pull over the rich people, take their cars through civil asset forfeiture by saying that they think it was involved in drug running or something like that. And then after the car has been impounded for a year, they can now use it as their squad car. So that's why in a lot of these places, the police are driving around in Ferraris and Lamborghinis and stuff like that.
Well, and then they auction them, and then it's a sweetheart auction with a limited number of buyers.
Yeah.
And I also learned watching the Mike Rivero show that Israelis are training some of our police officers.
I just saw a commercial today on TV. Like my mom and my sister were watching cable TV up in the living room today, and I noticed they had Israel was having a tourism ads, and I was just like, wow, it's like go visit Jerusalem and see all the Palestinians getting murdered.
That kind of tourism, like this, third world tourism, is been around for a while. You see these Westerners wandering around in these ghettos or whatever.
Hi Ariel, how are you doing? Oh, glad you're here.
You can imagine how good I'm doing, guys.
Hi Ariel.
You okay, Ariel? How you doing?
I'm fighting a cold and I'm very sad about the whole situation. And yeah, that's about it. Not happy about it.
Well, we're glad to have you, and we're glad you're here.
Yeah, we're happy to see you.
You haven't been watching too much Guy McPherson, have you, Ariel? I said you. I was gonna say that'll make you depressed.
Guy's about as grouchy as I am most of the time, so I'm good with that.
Did you hear James about his broccoli and everything?
Oh.
Oh no! Why do I get the feeling that this is going to descend into rather silliness?
Just tell him not to eat too much. If his poop turns green, he'll know he's eating. I know I gotta dial it back. That's the way it is.
Wise words of wisdom. But I need to head to bed. I've got work tomorrow.
Has anyone seen the new?
Good night.
Hey,
I'll send you a message on Twitter.
Oh, there she is.
Has anyone seen the new Spider-Man movie that just came out, Homecoming?
Yes.
Oh, it's so good. I wasn't expecting a lot from it because all the other Spider-Man movies have been so terrible since the first and second back in the early 2000s. But this one was just, man, it threw you through a loop because like the humor was great. There was just enough to make it without it being, a comedy. And it was like, it had great action scenes. There was a lot, like the thing for me that like I struggle with whenever I'm watching movies and TV is that I always see it coming. Like I can always predict what's going to happen ahead of time. Like I have a really bad habit of spoiling it for myself because I'll just be like, oh, I think this is what's going to happen. And it's like 5 minutes later, it's like, yep, that's who it was. Or that's who did it or whatever. And this movie, there was like all these times where me and my friends were just looking at each other like, what the heck just happened? And like, we didn't see it coming. And I find it really cool when a movie can actually do that to me nowadays.
What's the name of this movie?
Homecoming?
You say Homecoming?
Yeah, like the day.
Spider-Man Homecoming.
Who is playing Spider-Man in it? Because I know it can't still be Tobey Maguire.
Oh no, it's not Tobey Maguire. He's been around for almost a decade now. It's
another Brit.
Yeah, I can't remember the kid's name. He's really young. But he's like ripped. Like the most unbelievable thing in the movie is that kid would be considered a nerd, because in real life,
Right.
a kid his age that's that ripped would not be considered a nerd.
He's so ripped.
I was thinking of going to see Dunkirk on Saturday.
That looks like it's going to be.
That looks like a cool flick.
Great reviews. I love his work, the director. Dunkirk looks fantastic. I want to watch Spider-Man 2. I also heard really good stuff about the War of the Planet of the Apes, or the new one. And still wouldn't want to watch the Wonder Woman. It's like, it's so hard to watch movies these days when you have a newborn and a kid. And,
it's amazing that you're even awake.
Oh, being awake is fine. I don't sleep a lot.
No, I mean with a kid.
Oh, well, I only sleep like 3 to 5 hours anyway before the kids were born, but now I find it's more like 0 to 3.
Yeah, I love war epic movies. I saw a couple of spots for Dunkirk. I was thinking about watching, like going to see it maybe. Usually I don't like going to theaters though. It's just,
why?
I don't know. It's just crowded. Like
I'm saying, why should? I mean, everybody has a 60-inch. I don't. But.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying is like, my home entertainment system, like in many ways, I'm not saying it's movie theater quality, but it's good enough.
Yeah, it's just the waiting of it. I love watching stuff at home. I mean, it's nice to go out with the wife every once in a while and have like a movie date, just because we don't go out very often anymore, just us two. But it's also so pricey. Like,
Is very expensive.
the tickets are almost like $11 if it's not like a small movie theater with a matinee time, and then like the popcorn and soft drinks itself, even the combo is like $25. Or sorry, Snark.
No, that's fine.
And I always wonder about those nasty seats.
I'm very lucky. We have a 100-year-old movie theater where I live that just got new seats that were like they're used seats from another movie theater, but they're only a few years old and they're very, very nice seats. Like that, like are kind of like rock back and forth and are comfortable, and like they have like neck rests and everything. So that's pretty cool. And then they also recently got a new projector and new sound system, and they brought back all the old 1930s and 40s lights to make it look like it's an old-fashioned movie theater again.
Oh, cool. How much is it to get in?
It's $5 a ticket.
What?
Nice.
What? That's not bad.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's pretty nice.
I pay more than that in Philadelphia.
We've got a theater here that looks like it's about the size of a McDonald's without the parking lot.
How many does it seat?
I don't know. I was thinking of going to the next town that has an IMAX. They're having a Dunkirk on Saturday.
Oh, that would be worth seeing in IMAX, I'm sure.
And I've heard the controversy is that they used real World War II planes.
Huh.
How was that? Well, because people. How was that controversial?
They felt it was risky to use them in the movie.
Wow. Yeah. There was a house I will never forget. It was, a lot of old Atlanta is torn down, and but there used to be this very old house, and this guy, he'd had it forever, and he was just a collector of all kinds of artifacts, and his house was basically this massive museum, and it was the craziest thing in the world. He had just all kinds of odds and ends and strange things of famous historical figures. You just couldn't believe it. And in the backyard, he had a Japanese Zero plane parked. And so just, I'll not seeing all that. And
Cool.
talking about that movie because, my dad is a huge World War II history and movie buff fanatic.
What movie is that?
No, I'm not talking about any particular movie.
Oh, okay.
They were talking about Dunkirk, but I've seen many, many, many World War II movies because of my dad, and history movies and, documentaries and all that because of him. Yeah.
I'd say my
Back when I was a teenager, all you needed was $5 to go to the movies. It was $1.50 to get in.
Yep.
And you could get your snacks and popcorn, and you watch several movies, and you didn't have to leave after it was over. They get you the hell out of there now for all the money they charge. Get right the hell on out. They make sure you out of there.
Yep, I know.
Well, that's what my grandma used to say. You paid a nickel in the morning, and then you got to stay. You got to watch the newsreels. You got to watch a couple cartoons. Then you got to watch 2 movies. And between each movie, they'd show more newsreels and cartoons. That way, people could use the restroom between the movies and everything, and they wouldn't miss much. And they said it was an all-day thing that only cost you a nickel.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a nickel.
So that's your grandparents. I think my dad, it was like 20 cents. You know, it's just tiny amounts of money.
I snuck in to see Star Wars. My buddy's held up in the back door. I once snuck into a drive-in theater in a trunk when I was like 10. My sister, she was like, "We're gonna get you kids in for free," I guess, because it wasn't for free for kids. I mean, like me and a couple of my friends got stuffed in a trunk.
That's a great story, though.
Kelley, you might have, like, if you lived around Detroit, I'm trying to remember the big drive-in that was like on Gratiot, I think.
Oh, I do remember that in the
It's
summer.
that one. Yep.
Oh yeah, I do. That's funny. Boy, that area, wow. Gratiot, I don't know. It hasn't changed much in 30 years, I'll say that.
I would love for drive-ins to come back. There's many reasons why I miss drive-ins, but the biggest reason was it was just the thing and cool, just a cool thing to do. It was so fun. And then and then all of a sudden they started closing them down. There were fights, there were gangs, there were fights, there was crap. It's just liability, insurance. It just got probably too much to handle. I love the
now, James, you will have to worry about carjacking.
I miss drive-ins, but I don't have a car, so I guess it doesn't matter.
I always heard that the sound of the drive-ins was poor. Like, I always thought that it would be great if you took the best part about the drive-in, like being able to lay down and hang out and talk with friends and all that, and you change that into a movie theater, which is basically like being at home, honestly. But I don't know if you've ever seen, there's movie theaters in Greece that each person, like, you go and see, you get your own little like suite in the movie theater, and it's like a bed with a lamp next to it. And so like you and your like wife or your girlfriend or whatever can like lay on this bed and watch the movie. And then if you go onto the next row above you in the rake, there's another row of beds there. And then in between each bed, there's just like a little 4-foot wall. So people have a little bit of privacy.
Are you sure this is like just a regular commercial movie theater?
Yeah, it is. It's just
Hey, Garden, I was just going to say, I think I asked you this before. Did you used to sneak over to Windsor when you were 19?
We didn't have to. No, you don't have to sneak.
Well, okay. Sneaking from the adults. No, it was, I mean, it was about, you could drink at 19, of course, in Windsor, but it was about getting into the clubs.
Yeah.
So, to hear music and stuff. So we did that.
I think I actually mentioned this once. We went over there and went to a strip club, and one of my friends had his pants pulled down and had spanked with his own belt by a stripper. I think I mentioned that one before, though.
Were you guys like 19?
I was 21.
Okay.
This was actually my friend's younger brother, who was also my friend. So we're like,
one time we took my sister, and she would have been 15, but she's really tall. She's like 5'9", so she looked so much older. So we took her and went to some club. I mean, it wasn't that bad.
Bad girl, Kelley.
What? Bad
girl, Kelley.
Yeah. No, it was just really to hear music. I mean, we weren't really that wild.
Well, back then it was so easy to go over to Canada.
Yeah,
you could just drive across the border and that was it. And
I know
that now.
I know. I'm realizing that, like, oh crap, because we're gonna go up in August, and I thought, oh, let's go up through Niagara Falls and drive over. And I'm like, oh, wait, I've got to get a passport for my 12-year-old, probably. I don't know. I mean, you're right. We used to just go over and they didn't even ask anything. They didn't look in your bags or anything.
Well, you can look at it this way, maybe. I mean, it's always a good idea to have a passport, regardless.
Yeah, true. My 12-year-old just hasn't needed one, so now I got to do it in a hurry.
Yeah, that drive is definitely worth taking on the Canadian side of Lake Erie. You know?
Yeah, yeah, it is. It's been a long time since I've done that.
I want to get drive-ins back.
Do what?
I want to get drive-ins back. I mean, the sound system in people's car, and you could Bluetooth it.
Yeah, well, right toward the end of drive-ins out here, they put them on an FM radio, and you could actually hear them on your car radio. And most people have a decent car radio.
Yeah, that happened too here, and it was awesome because I had a pretty good system in some of my vehicles.
And then after the second movie, when everybody was leaving, the cars that stuck around, the movie theater would come out with a little jumper and jumpstart the people that drained their batteries dead.
Yeah, that happened a lot.
Yep, they had vehicle support crews. I remember that. Like, there was a couple of examples I can remember.
We have some outdoor movie theater things here. I mean, it's not a drive-in, but it's still really nice, you know, like it's something to do on a summer night, grab a blanket, some wine, and, you know, whatever stuff for the kids. And it's either a kid's movie, you know, we'll kind of half watch and sit there and talk. But it's really cool. You know, it doesn't cost very much, so.
James is right, though. In a lot of places, you just can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, like, everyone's, like, buying and selling drugs there. Like, people are getting their cars jacked.
Mm.
You know,
we weren't doing any drugs.
No, I mean, like, that's what would happen, like, if they tried to reopen the one on Gratiot, for example.
Oh, right.
You know,
I guess I'm talking the suburbs. It's all, like, little kids and stuff. You know.
Hey, did you guys hear about this story? This is crazy. In Atlanta, this woman, she left her daughter in a car.
Oh, no.
She left the car running with air conditioning. And went to the hairdresser to get her hair done. She was in the hairdresser for 6 hours. The battery must have died.
Oh, my God.
And it was so hot, and the kid died.
Oh.
They locked her up for murder.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but that's murder.
Oh my God.
That's exactly what that is.
It's funny.
Well, murder is intentional of death, so it can't be murder because that wasn't her intention.
They may get her for manslaughter.
Well, no, but I mean, if she went in the hair salon, she knew full well what she was doing. She didn't have to be there for 6 hours. That was murder plain simple. Like that's
my point exactly.
Oh, she probably didn't expect to be there for 6 hours either. I've never really heard of
it.
any.
Yeah, but she could have gone down at any time and checked to see if her baby was okay.
No, listen, I'm an African American, and she probably was too. And they go get them weeds and stuff. Oh, they go be in there for 6 hours. I don't get them weeds and stuff. So I'm not gonna sit in no hair salon for 6 hours at all. But
sure, you understand the point.
How long she was gonna be in there.
Right.
Yeah, she didn't. Murder is where you actually expect somebody to die. You plan somebody to die. Otherwise, it could be negligence, homicide, manslaughter, but not murder.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous.
Murder is where you deliberately kill someone.
Meditated.
There was a big story
meditated.
in Atlanta last year, and it was a white couple, just very typical, you know, suburbia, and it was just this man and this woman, and they're kind of, I guess, middle-aged, kind of 40s-ish, and they had a little boy, and the dad went to work, left the kid in the car, and he died. He suffocated of, you know, the heat, and they put him in jail, and they had like all this weird evidence on his computer that he had been researching how long it takes for a kid to die in the car, and I mean it was
yeah, I know about that case.
Yeah.
I'm glad his butt got time.
It was
Good
pretty
time.
crazy. Oh yeah. No, that it was seemed like they were after some insurance money or something. It was.
My daughter's 12 and I don't let her. She's like, can I just sit in the car to pick up dry cleaning? I was like, no, you're getting out. 'Cause it's 100 degrees here, in a black.
Yeah.
And then don't leave them in the car because somebody may come up and carjack it. That pisses me off when I hear stories here. And people are like, oh, the car got, the parent went into the store and left the kid in the car and the car got carjacked and the kid is in the car. And I'm like, well, why the hell would you leave the kid in the car and it's at nighttime? I don't care if it's even in the day. I want to leave my kid in there.
Well, I'm not excusing it, but I think in some cases, like, I don't know, people at night, maybe. I know there was one where somebody went into a convenience store. Maybe that was the carjacking. But, like, the kid fell asleep or something.
Yeah,
and then running into the store.
I'll just pick them up and carry them.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not excusing it. I'm just saying I can see that happening. People thinking it's not a big deal.
I'm just old school. I see these young girls today with their kids. They got the kids walking way ahead of them or way behind them, not holding their hands, crossing the street. I'm like, oh my God, they're about to give me a heart attack.
I have this very old memory of walking with my mom in a mall, and I wasn't very old, but I was old enough to remember it. And I remember me and my sister had gotten just a little bit away from her, and there was it was a couple of guys, and they kept coming up to me and my sister, and oh, you're so pretty, and oh, you're so cute, and they were saying all these things. And, we were kids, so we didn't really realize, and my mom, she just kind of grabbed us both by the hand, and she was like, come on. And I was like, what's going on? And she's like, there's something wrong with those guys. We got to be careful. And we got away from them. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how many 12-year-old girls are allowed to wander all over the place, like my daughter's peers. And she was telling my older daughter, Mommy won't let me do anything, and everyone else is doing it. And my older daughter said, haven't you learned by now that argument does not work with mom, that everyone else is doing it?
Yeah.
Haven't you heard of Pizzagate?
What?
Yep.
No, thank you. That's
no,
all.
But I hate that argument. Like everyone else is doing it. It's like, yeah, I don't operate that way.
Yeah.
Well, these kids today, they've been here and done that before.
Mm-hmm.
My sister, when she was around that age, around 11, 12, she was allowed to walk around on her own. The difference is, we were both in martial arts classes together, and it would not have been wise to try to go after my sister. That would not have ended well.
That's a good thing to do.
Yeah. My parents made sure that at a young age, we were all put through martial arts, because you never know.
Right. Oh, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I don't know. I guess the odds are not, I don't want to live paranoid. I know cases like JC Dugard are extremely rare, but I don't know. I'm more cautious than others.
That's the thing that gets me about Pizzagate. There are child trafficking rings around, right?
Right.
They are dangerous, and they are picking up more kids, I think, than people realize.
Yeah.
Especially by the border. Okay. But then some absurd Pizzagate type narrative comes along, and it derails the conversation, makes it seem like even discussing it is ridiculous. So that was my problem with the whole Pizzagate narrative. I don't believe that was going on in that pizza parlor. That was
degraded the topic.
They had some kind of Art Nouveau crazy thing going on there, where they would do weird things, right? I saw some of the videos of it and all of it, because I looked into it. People were like, hey man, this might be real. So I gave it a chance and I looked into it. They had some Art Nouveau things going on there that were kind of freaky, but they weren't necessarily pedophilia based or anything. I mean, you could interpret them as such, but if you went through this process of going through these symbols and these codes or whatever, but there were some weird things going on there, but there's no evidence that someone was using that as some kind of child trafficking headquarters. And it just derailed the whole conversation. I mean, there was a lot of kids that went missing from Haiti and like were shipped illegally out of Haiti.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they would be taken out to take their organs.
Yep. Like, it isn't always just sexual abuse and perverts. Some of these people are enslaving these kids, putting them to work, or they're harvesting their organs, like Shirley said.
Because I forgot, I watched some video. They gave out the price of what the heart, the kidney, the liver, especially young kids. It's worth some money. And the establishment, that's basically for the establishment. If their family members need an organ or whatever, it's crazy.
It is crazy. We just gotta, we gotta watch it. I mean, there's a lot of people are probably going to disagree with me about Pizzagate. A lot of people really do think that it's going on.
But people tell me I'm crazy. No, I'm not fucking crazy. I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, child trafficking is definitely going on, and there's no question of that.
Can we be quiet for a bit? I want to. There's this weird, annoying.
Yeah, I hear
sound.
it. I don't know where it's coming from.
Oh, you know what? I think that might be I have the front door open and the crickets are like crazy.
Okay.
That's what it sounds like.
Tell me if that's it, okay?
I was hearing that and I was like, somebody's in the South. That's what it sounds like here.
You need some geckos.
Cicadas or tree frogs or one or the other.
Is that it?
Yeah, well, here's what's funny. I had a critter crawling across my kitchen as I went to use the bathroom a few minutes ago. It was a large black widow spider.
Oh, no.
I dispatched it pretty quickly.
Oh, yeah.
And you know what's so weird? I live in the city. I never seen such wildlife before.
Okay.
I have a skunk around here. He put off that stink. Oh my God, it smells horrible. Then I have possums. I have raccoons, and I even have a groundhog that comes around here.
Wow. Wow. It is amazing.
I'm like, we're in the city.
Yeah. I feel like we get so much wildlife, and it's kind of crazy that we get it because I feel like there's so much urban stuff around, but I've seen deer, we have coyotes, all kinds of birds, of course, as you know me and my birds. But yeah, I mean,
and the thing is, I think they tearing down where wildlife was living, so they have no place else to go.
That's what's been happening here, Shirley. They've been really tearing down a lot of wooded areas, and it's making a big mess. We see, like, there's this big red fox in the yard, and it's just unbelievable. I'm like, what is he doing here? But it's because they ran him out of the woods, and so now he's hanging around.
Did you guys see that John McCain was diagnosed with brain cancer today?
Yeah. He's another Ted Kennedy.
Well, that explains Sarah Palin. Or is it too soon?
I don't know. I think if you live long enough, you're going to get cancer just about.
I knew something was wrong with it when he was talking.
Oh, yeah, you're right, Shirley. Like
what?
That he was sounding all funny.
That's
and
right.
Nancy Pelosi sound the same too.
Oh, right. Wow.
Yeah, because in the hearing he kept calling Comey President Comey.
Yeah, and a couple other things. He was just out to lunch.
Yeah, they're all out to lunch.
Well, I know.
I think Nancy Pelosi might have some kind of an issue.
I think she has Alzheimer's.
I think Maxine
had an issue
Waters
for a
too.
very long time.
And I think Maxine Waters, because they said she out there stumping on the trail, resisting Trump, and her fundraising is abysmal. She's not even getting money.
Yeah. McCain has the same cancer that killed my wife. It's doubles in every 10 to 18 days. Always comes back. By the time you can see the tumor, it's already spread throughout the brain.
What was
Some
that?
cases they can aggressively treat it, but he's 80 years old. Probably can't.
Oh.
I was gonna throw out a joke, but I feel like it would be a little old now. So what is it?
I
was just gonna say a nice dad.
Bon.
Yeah. But the tumors double in size every 10 to 15 days. So basically,
That ice cube is definitely not as cool as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah,
I thought it was like a little floaty that would like light up certain sections of the pool.
yeah, about
On the water.
300 days is what it takes for it to go from one cell being almost the size of your
alligator.
inside your head.
I see what you mean now about the childish.
I mean, even though he's a Republican, and I don't agree with everything he says, but I wouldn't wish that on anybody.
But it where the tumor was is in front. It's in the area. One side of your brain analyzes things, and the other fills in the gap for why. If one of those two sides of the area where he has this damaged, he could start remembering things that didn't really happen. He could become very angry at things that we can't understand why he's angry. And then it's in front of the area where speech and understanding go. It's two separate areas, one right behind the other, between the temple and the ear. And since I haven't seen it, I don't know how far back it went. But I think it's very serious. I suppose they're going to do like the Democrats did and keep him in office as long as they need his vote. And realistically, he should be retired and out there just enjoying the rest of his life.
Yeah.
Well, this isn't going to disqualify him on medical grounds.
No, you don't have to be sane to be a senator. But
I guess strong Thurman.
That's obvious.
In this case, we want senators there for a judgment. And while it's not in the Constitution, there's no way that you can have that damage there and have good judgment.
That's dangerous.
Yeah, that's very dangerous.
Well, a lot of them don't have that problem. They still don't have damn good judgment.
And it's cruel. Like you said, he should be able to enjoy whatever life he has left.
Yeah.
Yeah, I stand by what I said last night, and I'm still trying to go through all this. It just keeps going, the whole thing with Kate and Johnstone and all the reaction to it. But I stand by what I said, that I think it was uncalled for to say that about him. I don't like calls for other people's things.
Imagine the environment he's in right now. He's got a bunch of vultures. Come on, John, you can do it. Come on. And maybe he kind of wants to do it because he doesn't want to go out like this. They're just playing on his. It's just a terrible situation.
Well, I just mean anybody saying he should. I think she said he should go ahead and die, or something. I just don't. Think it, but you don't have to say it. I don't. I just don't. I say that I'm like the most evil person on the planet. Okay, I don't know.
You know what? I normally don't talk about these kinds of things, but I met John McCain once at a fundraiser. I was working as a high-rise manager, and a company owned the whole lot, right? And there's a few high-rises, and he was having a fundraiser in one. So I would have to go over there once in a while and make sure everything was cool. So I met him for like 2 seconds. I shook his hand, how are you, Senator McCain? Is everything okay? Blah, blah, blah. So I don't know. I mean, he's a human being. You can't just use him up like that. It's disgusting.
I mean, I get the whole argument about other people could be, without health care, and it's terrible. And I still just don't think we should call for people's deaths like that. I don't know.
Dan, I didn't even look to see if he goes out, who replaces him. Is it a Republican state, right?
I no longer live in Arizona. I'm not sure.
And at least he did vote for Bernie's bill for to get medication from Canada.
Yes, he did.
Did he
Yeah.
really? I didn't.
Yes, he really
Yes.
did.
Yes, it Mark Rubin. What was it? Ted Cruz, McCain.
Well, then I'm going to push back on this. People saying this crap. I mean,
yeah, because
kudos
that
for
damn Chuck Schumer came out afterwards talking about, oh, the Republicans did it again. They didn't. I said, see, they be lying, want to blame everything on the Republicans. No, it was the Democrats.
That's
that
their
stole
narrative,
that
Cheryl.
bill. Huh?
That's their narrative.
Wow.
And also, it's my understanding that once they do a vote, it's final. They can't go back and say that he wasn't competent at the time and change his vote, correct?
That's correct.
Because my next thought was that Republicans are going to try to say that when he voted with the Democrats, it was the brain.
No.
Right.
My wife, one time, I took her an egg roll. And the next day she was talking about how great the egg roll was, but how hard it was to fight the cockroach for it. Is in her memory the next day, she remembered biting into it, and a cockroach was in there swearing at her, trying to eat the other half. So it is completely random of what they can remember or analyze. The police made me take away her phone, and she called in that the nurses were beating a cow out in the parking lot.
Yep.
Sounds like she was having some pretty terrifying visions.
Yeah. I mean that, but the tumor was in the same location as what they're describing with McCain, and so I mean.
This is beyond dangerous. Someone needs to step in and do something about this.
I don't wish anybody ill will or pain, but I do have a concern that we have a political system that leaves him in office with any type of frontal lobe cancer.
Wow.
Yeah, that's concerning. That's beyond concerning. I always thought there was at least some kind of a safeguard against that, but apparently not.
What you're describing almost sounds like deep schizophrenia things, seeing things that aren't there. I mean, it's that kind of level. It's oof.
Hey, do you guys know, Cheryl, real quick, do you guys do you have to take your driver's license to drive every, how many years? Is it 4?
It depends on the state you live in.
Depends on the state, right? So I think that if you are in office driving our country, left, right, you should have to take
the competency test, mental, just simple things. I'm not big about hand-eye coordination. That's not a big thing, but
well, another thing about Arizona, they don't make you take it for I think 25 years or something in between, maybe even longer. I can't remember what it was, but I was loath to give up my Arizona driver's license when I moved because of that. So I was like, hey man, I never have to go again.
Yeah, what is it in Michigan? Do you remember?
It's it's 4 years.
Oh, okay, because my grandfather, before his cataract surgery, he was still driving, and he drove my husband somewhere.
I can't remember.
And he was like, "Oh my God, how is he driving? Like, that's not safe for him to."
It seems like in the retirement states they extend it out.
Yeah, it was. I mean, he was fine once he had the surgery to remove the cataracts, but he obviously couldn't see. Yeah, I don't know.
I have to renew mine once every 5, but I have to file a medical every year.
Huh.
I don't have a regular driver's license.
He's got a class 5 code level 20 driver's license, I think.
I think they call it Class B here.
Oh.
You've got to take a psych eval to be a member of the armed services. So, what's the difference? You're serving your country. Shouldn't there be some kind of competency?
That should be in the Constitution. That should be in the. I'm going to say it right now. We need
Doesn't
to
that
have
make sense?
competency tests, the Constitution, every 5 years.
There is a problem with that, though, James. There is a problem with that, and that is if we were to apply that right now, we'd have probably 4 people.
There'd be like 5 people left in Congress. Everybody takes a test, and then after it's all done, well, just will let you know, everybody's leaving except for Bill, Mary, and Phil.
Yeah, I've had jobs that are completely benign that I've had Nike bells for. And I just can't believe that not turning in your psyche eval isn't one of the steps of filing for any office.
I just assumed there was a safeguard against this sort of thing.
Oh, no. People have argued for a number of years, but the problem has always been that, how can I put it? They didn't want to set up barriers to running for office. That's always been the argument. They didn't want to set up any barriers and allow whoever wanted to run to be able to run. But at the same token, we do have a barrier. It's called money. If you don't have enough money, you're not running for a damn thing anyway.
Yeah. I mean, Vermin Supreme is a good example of that.
Excellent example of that.
He had the hat, but he didn't have the money, and he couldn't make it.
Yeah.
If he had the money, he would probably have made it, because you can be crazy and still get elected. I mean, look at what we have now.
Well, again, we can thank the Democrats for helping facilitate.
Conspiracy wise, we don't know what the hair looked like underneath that boot.
Good point.
I really don't care.
Did you guys ever read about the conspiracy? This is a conspiracy my uncle, I think he might have come up with himself, or he read it on the internet, but there's a conspiracy that was saying back in 2000, whenever John McCain was running against Bush, the Republicans gave him cancer so that he would have to drop out and that Bush would win, because he was running on a more progressive platform than any Republican at the time.
Well, here's another one. Hugo Chavez accused the U.S. of giving him cancer. I think there's been another couple of cases of this where people have accused the government of doing this.
I would not be surprised. Sean Lucas was found with fentanyl in his system and some other drugs that's hard to get.
Yeah.
I think these positions, I think you have to take, even working for the DMV, you have to take certain tests. A friend of mine is a manager, and I don't have to wait in line, by the way. Yeah.
I had to take a test to work for the post office.
Yeah.
There you go.
Post office has to take a big test.
Yes. Yes, we do.
What does the test consist of? Like, what would you guys suggest that these politicians would have to take then?
Oh, I have a great one. I think it should be.
Let's name them. I'm going to write this down on my group video chat log.
Sure.
I actually have kind of a log where I notate I just stuff to help me remember where we were at, what the fuck's going on.
Well, the live fire test is the first test, right?
Yeah, so let's.
Actually, McCain passed that one.
Yeah, he did.
When he tried to shoot down that aircraft carrier.
Oh my
God. Like I said, we just brought up brain cancer. It's not like psychological evaluation that might be, up to the person's judgment. I mean, you can see the cancer on an MRI. It's actually an MRI with contrast. And I think that anybody going for an executive office, at least, maybe Congress as well, should have an MRI that shows that they don't have even a meningioma larger than half a centimeter.
What was that? A meningioma? Did I just say that right?
Yes, you said it right.
You got it, James. Wow.
Meningioma.
Is that like what meningitis? Like, is that kind of similar to that?
No. Meningioma is the lowest grade of cancer. It's more like a mole in your brain.
Oh, okay.
It can cause epilepsy, visions, and well, if a person is not seeing reality right, do you want, and they're listening to other people trying to make a decision for us that regards our safety, our welfare, and everything else, is that an issue? Now, a meningioma in areas of body control, they should be no more disqualified than a person that has been in a car wreck and is paralyzed. But if that meningioma is in the frontal lobe and impairs their judgment, then we got to be thinking about it.
Well, I'm sure someone's going to be making the decisions, even if it isn't McCain.
Yeah, and that might be the case already. Maybe the people already hand him the thing and just say, sign this or speak this. And then if that's the case, he's okay as long as he can read. Yeah, read aloud what he's reading.
I think it was really evident now that I think back on that part of the hearings. Like, it was not right.
Yeah, go back 3 years and that would be a reasonable range where it probably would have had an effect.
Huh. I was wondering that about the timing. What about, do you know about...
Before that, it might have been a lower grade of cancer.
What about
I'm not saying 3 years total.
What about when you have cancers in other places and then it spreads to the brain? Do you know much about that? I guess timing.
The type of cancer that he had spreads quickly to the brain.
Oh, he had that skin cancer, right?
Gupta was online, spoke with experts in the field, and they feel that it is primary glioblastoma, which means that it was not initiated by melanoma.
Huh.
They would call it a secondary or tertiary or whatever if it was one that was metastatic.
All right, what else? A competence, basic math, basic English. I mean, come on.
Maybe a Rorschach test.
I'm gonna have a planet that I'm gonna need to run one in some other life. I need to know.
Are you a Mormon, James?
No, but I'd be a great Jack Mormon.
Well, what about the investigations of Hillary? At what point do we say investigations are a serious barrier?
Like investigating their background?
Well, no, like there was a criminal investigation with Hillary. At what point do we say that's a barrier?
Where they just become a waste of time, in other words, and no longer productive, or a barrier in what sense?
Yeah. What do we say when there's an FBI investigation? That do we wait until the president to find out? Do we put them on hold?
That's really tricky.
I think what it has to come down to in that type of a situation is it has to come down to what exactly is the evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And have maybe maybe put it to the Supreme Court. Have the Supreme Court ultimately decide: does this person go on to run, or does the Supreme Court decide that we wait until after the election?
Well, if it is barrier, then they should have some kind of recourse in case it's false accusations. Exactly. I would say if we put it as a barrier, we also put in that there has to be an expedited attempt to clear them.
Right.
Like immediately,
immediately, instead of once a day, one new fact per day for 8 months.
Yeah.
Well, another factor in this, of course, is public perception. See, I come down on the side of if the public doesn't know about it, it isn't that big of a deal in a lot of cases. All right. I mean, it's not. I don't think business should be done behind closed doors, etc. But if the public doesn't know about it, how am I going to phrase this? It's not going to impact the national consciousness and the way that we perceive ourselves as a nation. With the Hillary case, everyone knows about it. So if we don't do something about it, everyone will know, and it'll just lower the morale of the nation. It'll further erode people's faith in the political process. I mean, there's tons of deals that have gone on behind closed doors that we only found out decades and decades later, and they didn't harm. If we would have found out about them at the time, maybe they would have harmed our national morale, whatever you want to call it. Our perception of ourselves. But I don't really know where I was going with that. Go ahead.
I think we need that harm to morale. We need to get rid of this whole American exceptionalism bullshit where we think that we're the greatest country in the world because we say that we're free even though we're really not, and we have fireworks and flags and pickup trucks and all this stuff, and like everyone, it's like George Carlin had this great quote. He said, "I like to leave the symbols to the symbol-minded and focus on the real stuff." And that's the thing. That's what we need to do. It's because this whole idea of patriotism and we're the best in the world. It's like there was one group in history that was more patriotic than any other, and that group was the Nazis. They had some national pride now, didn't they? I mean, they had lots of flags and lots of marching and lots of like, we love each other because we're all great and we're from this country and we're great because we were born here. And the thing is, we have that same thing here in America. All these America First people. It's like I learned the history of the KKK last night, and it's like there was this whole like pure America movement, and like all these people who thought that because they were born in America, it made them the best people in the world. And like there's all these people who think that the white people are the children of the sun, blah blah blah, and because of the German and Aryan religions and all that kind of stuff. It's like we really need people to come to grips with the fact that throughout history and up until this very second, we have always been scummy people, like all of us. Like there's not a single race out there that is free of sin. Like everyone has made mistakes and everyone has done great things. And the thing is, we need to realize that we're all in this together, and that like we can't say that we're better than somebody else just because like we can't say our dirt is better than your dirt because I was born on it, which is basically what all these people are saying. And
the other thing to take into account is the fact, what are the nature of the charges that we're talking about? I mean, do we just simply say, okay, this is an FBI investigation, therefore it must be pursued to its absolute end? But what is the FBI investigation about?
I don't know if it matter. Here's the reason why. Let's just say, and I'll use myself. I was going to use Snork, but I don't want to use Snork for this. But let's just say I'm running for a judiciary position. I'm a candidate. Somebody makes an accusation of sexual harassment. 30 women. All of a sudden, I'm labeled as Bill Cosby. Should that inhibit my ability? And it's because it's not, nothing's been proven yet, but is it, because you could do that just to hold somebody in the light of being a criminal.
Exactly. You could have all kinds of false accusations and things just to try to stop people from running.
What if it's not a false accusation, though? What if it's from the past? Like, we do have a car thief in the Senate.
Who is that?
But does that affect the national interest? I guess that's what it comes down to. Maybe we should only pursue these things hardcore if they affect the national interest. Or if they if someone's a rapist or something, like a first-degree felon or something like that. I mean, is Grant? I don't know if this guy's a first-degree felon. Is he?
I'm not sure. I think it was when he was a teenager, and as an adult, he's not a felon.
Well, I think that's where the
talking about.
Yeah, who is that?
Yes, sir.
Ah.
Did you guys see
Issa.
did you guys see the U.S. has a blockade and they're blocking food shipments to Venezuela?
Oh yeah.
And then they're blaming it on
Yeah.
socialism. They're blaming the starving people on socialism, and they're saying that the reason that all these people are suffering is because of socialism, even though that we have a blockade of their country right now, making sure that no one can give them aid.
And the president over there said they still going to vote for Congress. They don't care about what the U.S. is going to do. They can't tell them how they run their country.
Yeah, I mean, you can't tell me that we didn't play a role in the way that Venezuela has turned out.
I mean, it's not completely our fault. I mean, they did put all their eggs in one basket with their oil exporting. But the thing is, that's not down to socialism. It's like that's by putting all your eggs in one basket and having one export that you rely on to be the one source of.
Oh, I think he just cut out.
Country. When the reality is that it was the state Venezuelan oil companies that were responsible for the collapse.
Well, it's a combination of factors like anything else. I mean, poor governance, some poor choices, of people attacking you economically. You know, economic warfare waged against Venezuela. There's no question of that. There's a combination of factors, and guess who suffers? The people of Venezuela suffer. Again and again and again.
Mushrooms?
It's horrible. We're supposed to have control of this hemisphere, and we should be bettering it.
Onions? Raisins? Grapes? Ariel, this is all you.
What is that?
He's showing up his health foods.
And I see no reason why, you know, we couldn't have just allowed Venezuela to exist as its own little populous state down there. And, you know, let them kind of stand. I would have maybe even helped them a bit. It's beyond ridiculous, the situation of the Venezuelan people. It's very sad.
Sorry, Noam, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sorry.
Funny, but
It's okay, I'm just ranting.
That's what you're doing to me, man.
Those would be
Did
good
you-
with some garlic and ginger, James, with a little bit of olive oil or light oil. You can make a really nice stir fry out of all that.
Okay.
Hey, did you guys already mention, sorry, I stepped away for a minute, when you were just talking about Venezuela, the Abby Martin, whatever she was investigating down there? I guess she went into grocery stores and saw it.
Yeah, I watched some of
that
that too.
Okay. I figured you already covered that.
I don't think we covered her covering that, but she covers everything very well.
Mm.
And she's smoking hot.
Yeah, she's a cutie.
Wait, who?
Abby Martin.
Abby Martin.
Oh.
And she kicks ass. That's the important
Yeah.
thing.
She's like a real reporter. Like that's the only person I think I would really
Look at James. He's got a crush on Abby Martin. Look at him. Woo! Talk 10 more minutes about how great she is, dude.
I'm eating this broccoli for you, Abby.
Wait, then we'll clip this and we'll tweet it at her.
Hey, I'm down with that.
Yep, only the most craziest, craziest parts of it.
I enjoy. Okay. Amy Goodman, I used to really, really like, and I still love KPFK, and I love Democracy Now! There's some good stuff that comes out there. They bring in a lot of information from all over the place. But recently, she's let a lot of people come on regarding the Russia from the Dems, from the Dumbocrats. And the thing is she's not challenging them like even CNN has challenged some of these people. So it doesn't take long for some of these people for some reason to fall off the horse, but Abby sticks to she sticks to her guns, man. She just does not she doesn't let up on the throttle. She's 110 miles an hour.
Yeah, Amy Goodman's been a bit too much like TYT lately. Like she's just been kind of going a bit centrist and mild and soft and not really pushing the.
Okay.
She's not fighting anymore, is what I've
I
noticed.
think that started shortly after right after the election, Like,
Yes,
she was really trying. I mean, but after the election, it seemed.
I think Amy is ill. She doesn't look too good.
I noticed she's always clearing her throat. Does anyone else notice that?
That's correct. I watched her religiously, and I watch her a few times, and when I can, I listen to her in the morning. It's early, but I'm saying I'm hearing a lot of that, and yes, I have heard her clear her throat. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Well, it may just be that she talks a lot, but it kind of made me wonder. And I actually saw her in Chicago, and she's so like unassuming. She's really tiny, and she had like a what do you call it? One of the little caps on. They're like knit beanie hats, no makeup. But honestly, she didn't look really healthy to me. Like I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe nothing. It may be just you see people on TV and then they look different in person, but. She was very, not dressed up, which is totally fine. But I just noticed that she was always like kind of having to stop in the middle of an interview, in the middle of when she's talking, and it seemed like her throat was sore. I don't know.
Well, she's definitely done her part.
Yeah, she's been great. I mean, maybe that after the Dakota Access Pipeline, maybe she kind of pulled back because of that. I mean, that was pretty bad.
That was a lot of work. She did a lot.
Weren't they pressed charges against her, right?
That's right, yeah.
So maybe she decided, it's not worth it. I don't know.
Way back in the day, some cop cracked her in the head or something. Remember that?
Oh, wow.
No, I don't remember that.
Like, she got beaten with a baton. I mean, like, it was bloody.
Oh.
Look
and
it up.
Democracy Now! Never covered the DNC lawsuit either.
No. But before they were
They brought it up.
Oh, have they?
I'm pretty sure they brought it up. I'll look it up. I'm sure they did.
It just seemed like before she was having Ralph Nader and Cornel West was on, and it just got more bland after the election.
Yeah. Following instruction. The mafia came, hey, Amy, you're going a little crazy there. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Doing that.
Guys, I'm going to take off soon. I don't know if you wanted me to say anything about the situation at all, but I just want to say that, I started coming in here because I really like a lot of you, and I have never had any motive other than to just be open and friendly and get to know people and share parts of my life. Some of them are very hard that I'm going through. I don't like it when people say I'm trying to play a sympathy card or that I'm trying to sell something. I was only ever just showing people things that I've used that have helped me. That's really it. If you don't want me to do that anymore, if people are not comfortable with that, I won't do it. But
asked you to do that a lot of times. I don't get how anyone can ever say that. It's like we've asked you to tell us about all these products a lot of times.
That's what I mean, and that's a big reason I was starting to do that. Because
I don't do this. Jim would be eating potato chips right now.
Ariel,
You're to blame for this.
Me, food and health are a big passion. My mom is the same way as me. And I'll tell you, I talked to my dad about the situation, and you know what he said? He said, Ariel, he said, if I had listened to you and your mom, I probably wouldn't have my cancer now. You can tell all these guys that when they get their cancer or have their heart attack or their stroke, that they're going to wish that maybe they'd been a little more open-minded, because my mom eats like I do, and she's very into health. And, it's not that we won't go to a doctor if we need to. We just recognize that Western medicine really doesn't have all the answers. And most of the time when I go to a regular doctor, they can't help me very much. They don't do much in the way of helping immunity or combating fatigue or just general well-being. They just kind of go, I don't know what to do. If it's not, if you don't have a gunshot in you, they don't really know what to do. There's very few things in a way that they can address. Some things, sure, but some things not. So, like with the, I was talking about the treatment, the Cancer Treatment Centers of America, and they're doing really well with cancer treatment because they're using both Western medicine and natural practices. And that is a more whole body approach. My dad will tell you, I mean, it again, almost made me cry, because he said, you've you're the reason, and your research is the reason that I'm still alive right now, that I got another 4 years, because they had him on a deathbed. At the oncologist, they said, go ahead and go home and get your affairs in order, get your will together, pick out your coffin. I mean, that's really what, you know.
So I think with a lot of things, when it comes to nutrition science especially, it's not really disputable. Some other things maybe are a little bit more disputable, and but I kind of feel about that the way I have come to feel about for a long time. I kind of hate to admit, but as I was considering myself more of a liberal, I was a Bill Maher fan. And I thought I thought it was real funny to laugh at. Oh my God, look at James. I thought it was real funny because to laugh at Sarah Palin types, and you know, if you watch the movie Religulous, because you know, I'm an at least agnostic / atheist. I think most of us are kind of in that category, but so I don't believe that shit really. But then again, I don't know. I think diehard atheists, they don't know either. So to me, to claim that for absolute doesn't make sense either. But my point is that I came to this realization only kind of recently over this election that, you know, making fun of those people is not getting us anywhere. Like there was really this big narrative of making fun of the religious right.
Yeah.
And I think it kind of started because to combat the bigotry, the homophobia and stuff that some of that group was really, really pushing. And it was a sarcastic, you know, like Bill Maher's sardonic wit of, you know, attacking that. But it just got really fucking old. Excuse my language.
Kind of
mean. It got really old. It's not funny anymore. And when I think of people that are, even if they're what I would call right-wing Christian, as long as they're not pushing it on me, and they're not being, you know, awful to gay people or whatever, that's their right to believe that. And I'm not going to go out of my way to belittle somebody for it. So I think it's kind of, and I'm not trying to compare alternative health to that. It's just an example of like, if it's not for you and you don't think it's real, okay, fine, but be respectful. So that's my piece.
Yeah, don't go Mormon on us.
Yeah, I mean, if I was going to say anything to Kevin, and I mean, if you truly had my well-being in mind and you truly just wanted me to not be wasting my money or buying something that you thought wasn't any good, you could have just said that. You could have just said, you know, Ariel, I'm just concerned, you know, maybe you might want to do a little more research and just check it out, etc. Instead of saying really nasty things about my scientific illiteracy. And how I'm buying snake oil, and oh, do you buy into ear candles too? Oh, it's very degrading, that kind of thing to say. So it's like, if you really care about, you know, what somebody's choices are, there's a way to say it in a respectful way.
What could I add something too? I just want to say, like, even if somebody is buying something that doesn't work, if they feel like it's helping them, the placebo effect is a very, very real thing, and it can be a very, very positive thing. And if a placebo is working for someone, then let it work for them. It's like, you know, I mean, that's there was a famous TED talk done by a marketer guy, and he was saying everyone everywhere should be using placebos because they work, you know, and not always, but a lot of times. And he says it really can help somebody feel happier.
Well, the thing that I would say, Lucas, and to your point, is that the mind-body connection is very strong. It is for me. That night that everything got so stressful, literally, boom. As soon as I got off and I cried, I was coming down with something. And I was like, damn it, because the stress of that, I'm very attuned to those two things. So it's just, I'm very sensitive. Yes, I am. And if that bothers people, I'm sorry. I'm tough, but I'm sensitive too. And and I'm fine with people disagreeing with me. I don't expect people to believe in what I say or to walk lockstep with me whatsoever. But just be respectful, be kind, and it's not just me. It's there was an overall mood of the way people were being talked over and kind of talked down to that I was not happy about. It's so much more than just me. And yeah, I am in a really sensitive place where my dad is sick and I'm living with my parents and I'm seeing my dad, who I love so much, dying in front of me every day. Okay, so that's
Okay. Well,
Thank
just
you,
to be
Ariel.
clear, I don't think you're trying to sell us anything. I never thought that.
Not.
I'm
I
gonna
never
start. People
thought
have
that either.
people have these beliefs, and sometimes they come into conflict with others, and things get a little bit heated, and no one knows. We don't know each other's personal circumstances. You obviously got some personal circumstances you're dealing with. Maybe Kevin does too, and that's what's causing his anger issues. Who knows what it
Talk
is
about
going
it.
on.
Then talk about it. Tell us what's up. Don't hide it. I'm not hiding anything.
Well, of course not. Of course not. And my overall point is just, it's just one of those things that happens between people.
I know.
I
know.
And like,
My
it's
point is,
it's gonna be okay. Like, we all like you here.
I need it to be a safe place emotionally. I need it to be a respectful, friendly place, even if it gets heated, even if people don't agree. And I think for the most part it is. I really do.
It's important to keep things respectful, but if we try to turn this into like some kind of a safe space where no conflict can happen, then our conversations become.
Yeah, I was gonna say just pick a different phrase.
I don't know.
It's gotten a bad rap, but
It's a political forum. It's gonna get. I'm gonna. One of these days I'm gonna jump on Broken for taking one of my freaking stories. I'm telling you.
I don't know. I wonder if I even belong here at this point in my life.
Of course you do. Of course you do. And everyone belongs here as long as they're not espousing hate. That's my view. And I mean, every time you come on here, I feel like it brightens up all of our days,
Yep.
I mean, I think that, whenever your box pops into the screen, everyone immediately smiles because, hey, Ariel's here and she's going to drop some knowledge on us. She's going to sprinkle some facts on them. And it's like, we always need some of that,
Yeah.
Just her name is pretty.
I really like you a lot, Lucas. I think you're such a smart guy. And we've disagreed before about things, but we never fight. We never actually we take it as a chance to just learn something. Maybe you know something I don't, maybe I know something you don't, and we can just say, oh wow, I didn't know that, or maybe I should recheck what I knew, and then you end up learning and you become better friends. I mean, that to me is just, I don't know. Maybe it's not too hokey, but
no, it makes sense. That's exactly how I feel.
Yeah, and we're all a little bit more maybe we're all a little bit more sensitive. I think we all voted Green Party. I don't know, we want to save the planet and bit like that. So we're not, we tend to be more I don't know, caring, concerned people, I think, on the whole. At least, I don't know, we're more thoughtful about stuff. I mean, look, I just lost both of my grandparents that were like my parents. I was with my grandfather in his last 12 days of life, and coming on here and being able to just talk politics and talk to people that think like I do about a lot of things, I guess it's kind of distracted me from it. It just happened in the last 6 months, but it's been great. So I think we can't entirely keep our personal stuff out when it's relevant to a discussion, but I think mostly we should just, maybe we can start we talked about having sub channels that maybe we could do little other segments or something if we want to go on a certain topic that
Like a
others.
spin-off? Are we gonna have like a spin-off?
Well, my example was like always if Eric and Aeolus wanted to talk about Gamergate and Stevie, and not to make it male female, but one night Stevie and Ariel and I got talking about homeschooling and but some of the dads were interested, but it mainly became the three of us talking. So I don't know, that's just an example. Maybe at some point, depending where this goes, if certain subjects don't interest some
That's a
people.
good idea. That's a very good idea.
Ariel, both you and I tried that. Like, you did the reading for Ebon, and I did that kind of impromptu sci-fi talk with him.
Oh yeah, that was good.
So, but that's the general idea that you're talking about, right, Kelley?
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, Jamal approached me, and he wants to maybe do a little astrology chat because he's interested in it, and I think it would just be fun. We might have a little show maybe once a week or once every 2 weeks or something, just discuss different things. He likes the philosophy, and so do I.
But you have to. But here's the thing, guys. If you guys are going to do this stuff, let us know on here because people are starting to watch.
Yeah, that's true.
Because in case they want to go out there and watch you with that, because I think that's I mean, I think we're becoming celebrities.
Well, that might be another reason to not get super.
Start wearing sunglasses.
Well, I mean, like I'll share stuff about my life and my family. I just try not to use names,
Yeah.
Oh, Bram, did you want to say something? I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I said I'm going to be starting a tech channel here soon. Hopefully this weekend. We'll see how it goes.
Oh, cool. I'll send Michael over there.
Nice.
Okay. Cool.
So I just like to talk and listen. Like it can be about anything. It can be about politics. It can be about personal lives. It can be about food, movies, pop culture, anything. I just like to hear people that aren't talking nonstop about dumb things like trucks and Chevy versus Dodge and, how can we destroy the planet fastest? It's like where in the place where I live, if you don't want to destroy the planet in some way, you are not American. That's the way it is here. I mean, like it is everyone. It's like this huge dick waving contest. Everyone has to drive the biggest truck, and everyone has to have the Confederate flag hanging out of their house to show what a true patriot they are. And it's like if you weren't for Trump, then you're a traitor and like all that kind of stuff. And it's like coming on here and meeting real people that like from across the country that give kind of like if small representation to our plight, or across the country, and like all of us who like-minded people who actually learn and think. It's like I go and I talk to people about something, and after 5 seconds they don't want to hear it anymore or talk about it, or they just dismiss me. And then if I ever have a class with them and get to talk with them on a more extended basis, all of a sudden they really they come in and they ask me my opinion on everything, and they're like, what's your opinion on marijuana or on drugs? It's like there's all these kids in my language arts class this senior year that absolutely could not stand me. Like they hated me. But whenever it came debate week, they were all turning for me to ask me for help with their debates. And guess what? Every single debate that I helped with, I won.
Wow.
I wonder why they would ask Lucas to debate.
Well, to support Lucas, I live in Iowa, which is in the north. It was in the north in the Civil War. When I go to the grocery store, I have a Chevy Cobalt, which is a small car. And it's hard to find it because almost every other thing in the parking lot is a pickup truck with dualies. Dualies mean that you can hold like an extra thing. So they put an extra wheel on each axle so that it sticks out even farther. And some of them have dual Confederate flags on the back. And of course, they're big diesels that smoke a lot.
Yep, that's what I don't know what it is with all these people that think it's good to have an engine smoking. Like they think that's like a sign of a healthy car, and it's just like how disconnected from reality can you be to possibly ever think that is a good thing.
Have you guys heard of the coal rolling phenomena?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
That's beyond stupid.
No, I haven't.
What is that? I don't know. I should know these.
Like he somehow rig up another engine or something, some coal burning engine to your truck.
No, you just detune the engine until it gets 50% efficient.
Really illegal here in California.
And basically all this black dust comes out because
Like an old
doesn't
steam
burn
train
completely.
or
It comes
something?
out.
Yeah.
And it is just a black cloud. And when you've got the tiny economical car, you've got the one they like to roll coal on.
Yeah, they specifically do it
Oh, I get it.
in areas to piss people off and show it off.
So they pull up beside my little Cobalt. Cobalt is a very tiny car. I think I can reach the window on the passenger side with just my elbow. And so I'm like the prime coal rolling target. And we actually have people drive into town in their tractors, and the tractors do not put out as much smoke as the well, and again, these are pickups that aren't your normal city pickups. They're probably 4 to 5 times the holding capacity. So they're up big, and they've got heavy supports under them, and they just have huge engines that just make a cloud so dark you can hardly see through it.
Yeah, and they like to have it be as loud as possible so that
Mhm.
it is completely like it's noise pollution, it's air pollution, it's I mean, it's just the worst. I mean,
It's disgusting.
and then you have all these idiots that drive ATVs around and it's on property that's not theirs. It's like we had down at my grandma's house, there was ginseng growing in the woods, like ginseng that was almost ready to harvest ginseng, like high quality, like probably worth like a 50 to $100 of ginseng. And some dickwad came through on his four-wheeler and rode over it and killed it. The next time we came, it was rotten and gone. And it just irks me. And then they try to drive through our woods behind our house on their four-wheelers, and it's like it just makes me want to put tire spikes on the hill so they fall off whenever they come on our property. But I know that we can get sued if we did that.
Did you guys? I just posted a song. Does anybody remember Dennis Leary's song "I'm an Asshole"?
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yep.
You know, actually, he didn't write that song. Someone else did. I can't remember, but they were pissed that
Oh, really?
Dennis Leary stole it from him. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, anyway, it's funny because I just thought of I don't know what Lucas was describing. Made me think of that.
It's just I can't believe people. I mean, what would motivate you? Burn, like turn up your engine to like whatever, start blowing smoke all over the place. I see people stupidest things.
These are the people that are the flat Earth people.
Oh,
no,
okay.
they
Some kind
go
of chip
further
on
than
their
that.
shoulder, man. Some kind of huge chip on their shoulder.
They go further than that.
Superiority complex or something.
I can park by the flat earthers, but I choose to park amongst where the big ones go, because the other side of the parking lot is where the people that drive the horses to town live, and it's kind of slippery and green there.
Is that a Mennonite or just straight up Amish?
We have the most conservative Amish community in the country.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Do they have a title?
Olwine.
Olwine?
I live in Olwine. We have the grocery store. Most of the Amish live 4 miles south by a town called Hazleton that doesn't have a grocery store. So I got to
Is
park.
that in Pennsylvania?
No, not Pennsylvania. Those are harmless or completely immoral Amish that drive cars and have electricity.
Yep, going to hell.
Well, that's where I live. A lot of the Amish have switched to solar and wind power. That way they can have light in their houses and power their refrigerators and stuff. And then they also, a lot of them now, like almost all of them now have composting toilets.
No, see, this is what's going to happen in 50 years, if we're still around, right, Ariel? If in 50 years, the Amish will be living like we are now, and who fucking knows how we'll be living.
No, the thing is that in 50 years, the Amish will be alone on this planet because they figured it out years ahead of everybody else, and everybody else will be fighting for the last scraps of water and food.
Yeah, it really all just comes down to whether or not we're still able to grow grains and and grow crops.
Yes,
it's gonna be Mad Max minus cars.
I think so.
I saw this doc about Amish kids and how they're allowed to go wild when they're in their teens or early 20s. They just
from 16. I think it's from 16 to 18 or 16 to 20. It's called Rumpspringer, and that's where they can go and experience normal secular life with Americans. And then at the end of that, they have to decide whether or not they want to stay with the Americans and be shunned from the Amish community forever, or if they want to go back and join the Amish community forever and be shunned from American society.
The English society, that's what they call us. We're the English.
Yeah.
Imagine that decision. Even just thinking of doing that to your child. That is this is where religion just goes in the freaking worst direction. And they just don't get it.
People are gonna be.
I love the Amish. I go there. I go to them a lot at the Reading Terminal here, and I just love their food. I never get sick. And I have had serious food poisoning before from other people. Really bad food poisoning where I thought I was going to have to go to the house. It was worse. Them pains was worse than labor pains.
Oh, ow.
So this is the thing about the Amish that's inspiring, is they have a model to survive and live that Ariel said this, we've got to start adopting this stuff soon, man. And if we don't, we're screwed.
Yep, I agree. Like, and use technology to facilitate such methods. We're not necessarily stuck with just the basic things that the Amish are limited to, but we can still apply some of these methods and, again, just relearn basic skills it takes to survive in the world, like how to build a house,
how to grow tomatoes. Lots of schools. There was a school west a while back that had a huge farm project, and somebody came in and said, "You're not teaching my kids anything useful. They should be learning how to do this or that, just something else." And then they took it down. It's just been a desert ever since. It's just a wasted field that does nothing now. It's so stupid.
Snark was talking about hydroponics before, and I think that's a very logical next step. That's the combination of technology and the farming and whatnot. And that would definitely help out in the bigger cities too. We could start doing that in like old warehouses or something. That would definitely help like localize the food production.
Yep.
Well, my view on it is that we should think of it in terms of permaculture. So not just aquaponics and not just rooftop farming and not just this or not just that, but a combination of things. So where you can't grow food in the soil, then that's when you do aquaponics and you have fish in like IBCs and stuff, and you have containers with plants. And and then you eventually build compost using that, and then you mulch it, and then you start building soil. And if after several years of building soil, you can eventually plant in it, And one of the things we need to do is we need to let all of these Roundup-ridden farmers' fields just lie fallow for a few years, and let all of the weeds take over and start to filter out all of the toxic garbage, and then go in there and chop and drop and just keep mulching and mulching and mulching with wood chips. I mean, the best way to build soil on this planet is mulching with wood chips. Like there's no better way to garden or build soil.
You could have good bunny fertilizer. Rabbits, you're gonna have a lot of fertilizer. And also, think about the use of different fungus and mushrooms to remove toxins. They're extremely useful at that.
Yes, that's another great reason to invest technologies into fungal and herbal research, like, because right now we have all these herbal medicines that have all of this human testimony behind it, and people who say it works, and even if it's only a placebo effect, people still say it works, but a lot of it isn't placebo effects. It's just that no one with the money has ever been able to no one who wants to test it has the money. It's like the pharmaceutical companies aren't going to test the stuff that grows everywhere, because then you're not going to go and buy the pain medicine. It's like that's whenever all these people like Bill Nye and Penn and Teller and all them go on and they say that they talk about pseudoscience peddling and all that, and they talk about how holistic medicine is evil and blah blah blah. And it's like, well, who's going to pay to test all these different herbs and plants for their medicinal qualities? It's like the pharmaceutical companies sure won't. It's like we have to all do our due diligence and our own research and just learn from history, because history, without history, we would not know what foods are edible and which foods are toxic.
Yeah.
This is something I read or spotted when my brother, we were trying to get his gout controlled. My really good friend that I've known for a long time in Hawaii, worked at Queen's Medical Hospital. She says amongst Polynesians, gout is it's like an epidemic. It's just because, and they've traced it back to the genes. They've traced it back to what we were supposed to eat as Polynesians. And they've also said that a lot of homeopathic and the medicines and things that you guys are talking about relate to people in their genetics. Does that make sense? In other words, you don't give potato medicine to a Hawaiian. You give him taro medicine, because taro is very prominent in Polynesia, in the island. It's a different potato, but it has. Does that make sense? So a lot of these homeopathic and all these different types of medicines, they're starting to connect them on where they should go. But it's only if you're what you're made up of. I'm made up of like fucking everything, so I'm screwed. But if you're more pure, then maybe you should have the potato elixir. You know what I mean? That'll probably work better for you and your genes. That's where they're getting to.
It's funny. Me and my mom learn a lot from each other just based on what works for us. Like, it was funny. I was talking to her the other night, and I had tried taking some valerian for stress, which is, very common for calming nerves and things like that. And it was like a knockout drug. I mean, that stuff is just so powerful for me. And I was telling her, I said, valerian is really effective. She's like, oh, I can't take that. She's like, it knocks me right out. And I said, it did the same thing to me. It's like,
well, how do you get this drug?
oh, it's a flower. I mean, valerian is a herb.
I didn't know that.
Probably buy it on Vitacost or any, yeah.
Is that it?
I will
You
second
can get
that.
it like Amazon and stuff.
Whether there's I don't know
Yeah.
How does it do for you, Lost?
Is he drinking it?
Yeah, I actually, whenever I go to sleep really late, it helps me get into deeper sleep faster.
Oh, yes. It
So,
works really well.
just a little bit, and just kind of helps me. Just kind of like they put it in some teas too. Like if you
Yes,
go to the tea section, you can.
Yogi bedtime tea, James.
Yeah.
I buy it on Amazon, and I really do think that valerian works.
All right, so with my
Well, that's
green,
something I need to get on the airplane because I have fear of flying.
Oh, me too. Me too, Shirley.
My tea that I take at night has valerian root extract and valerian root shavings in it to help me fall asleep, and that's a well documented throughout history as a depressant to make you fall asleep.
Well, I think it does actually have a warning label on the box, like not to give it to kids. So I think it really is. It's not snake oil. There is something to valerian. I don't know what.
Well, that's what they originally made Valium out of, was valerian.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
It works.
That's where the name came from.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, it's powerful, and you don't need much of it to feel it, at least in my case. Some people it may not affect at all because everyone's system is a little different.
I mean, if we could find some studies on it, that would be cool. We could post if anybody wants to know.
Well, I mean, there's
All I
lots
know
of
is if I
old,
wanna
there's
be
lots
in
of
a club
old,
for 12
there's lots of old herbalist literature starting from here and going back hundreds, if not thousands of years, documenting people taking valerian as to help fall asleep and to help put people to sleep. And they even used it whenever like people were in pain. They would help use it as like putting the people, if they needed like surgery or an amputation or something, they put them asleep using valerian.
Now you need to take ZQL. You need to take everything that your doctor prescribes for you. You should not be taking anything that's herbal or good for you, or from that's not a processed, scientifically processed chemical.
Yeah, they're not going to get rich selling valerian root.
Yeah.
That's the problem. That's their problem right there.
I'm looking it up, man. There are so many freaking things that are over the counter and under the counter and around the counter, and they're expensive.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I almost never get sick to the point where I'm like laid up in the bed. That just doesn't happen. I used to, when I was younger, I would get sick all the time. And I really do. I credit it with eating better, drinking more water, getting more exercise, taking a good multivitamin every day, basic immunity stuff. And yeah, whenever I feel like a little cold or something funky come on, I'll take the zinc. The zinc really works well for me. Like the lozenges you do in the throat. I don't get sore throats anymore. I used to get them all the time. And now it doesn't happen.
Yeah, I've noticed
that
that too.
zinc
Ever since
is
I started
good.
eating healthy, I haven't had sore throats either. And I used to, like, I grew up with really bad asthma and allergies, and like they thought taking my tonsils out would help, and it really didn't. Like, it helped for like a week, and then it got really bad again. And now ever since I gave up eating wheat and soy and corn and all that stuff, I feel so much better all the time. And it's like, and if I stay away from sugar, my depression is like not non-existent. Like last week,
Yeah.
earlier, like this week, I had a bag of chocolate chips. And I had been eating. I ate a few every few hours, and like 2 days after I started eating the chocolate chips, I had like a really bad bout of depression whenever I watched that Guy McPherson talk because I
Oh
felt
wow.
but usually when I watch that kind of stuff, it doesn't phase me. It's like I kind of be like, well, if we're screwed, we're screwed. And I just don't think about it. And it's like I noticed that whenever I eat sugar, it really just drags you down and holds you there and doesn't let you back up until it's been out of your system and you've been off of it for a while. And today helped because I spent it with friends.
You may be extra sensitive to sugar. My mom, there's a clinic in Baltimore, I believe. It's up in Maryland. I don't know if there's any other clinics of its kind. It's called the Erdman Clinic. And they have for many years done treatments for circulatory disorders. And my mom's always had terrible circulation. She would have blackouts and things if it got too hot when she was a kid. And it was always just very tough for her because some people's arteries are more dilated and some people's are more constricted. Me and my mom, we tend to be more dilated, which can lead to you being a night person. You feel more awake at night because your system has had more time to get moving. And some people whose arteries and arterial structure is more natural, more normal, more, constricted, they feel awake when they wake up.
What's the place called?
It's the Erdman Clinic. I could look it up. I'm pretty sure there's still in operation, but I remember my mom, she went there and they mostly do hot and cold treatments, either on the spine, on the feet. It's very much about, manipulating the system with hot and cold. And it's also about diet. Like for a year, she gave up sugar. For a whole year, she gave up sugar because it's like your system has to heal from, and obviously alcohol is going to do a number on you. Too much heat is really going to do a number on you if you're trying to keep your arteries more tight. And I remember back when I was a kid in the 80s, people thought she was out of her mind. They thought we were crazy. But here's the thing, it worked. She doesn't have any of that anymore. Her system really healed from it. She never blacks out. She doesn't have the same ever. It was a dramatic difference. And it was especially important. After she had my sister, she had terrible postpartum depression. And they weren't calling it that back then, so nobody really knew how to treat these kind of things. And doctors didn't know what to do. They tried putting her on antidepressants, different kinds. It just didn't work for her. So that clinic actually helped. That treatment helped more. And it's something that you can do for yourself at home. Like they'll teach you how to do it. So it's not like there's some big money making, scam going on. I tend to be a little bit more arterially dilated. And so sometimes when I'm feeling a little less energetic or just having bad fatigue, I'll sometimes do the cold treatments on my spine. And you'll always notice. It's like if you really needed it, you will feel better. You will feel more awake, more energetic. You won't feel as sluggish. It's kind of crazy, but it works. And that's something we've known about, I think, her whole life. She found out about when we were really young. And it did. It worked. Oh, no doubt. Because I remember her before and I remember her after. So it's like...
There's a difference. Definite difference.
I mean, sometimes the evidence is yourself. Sometimes they can have all the charts and the facts and the figures, but, if somebody asks me if something works, it's like, I'm the evidence if it works or not. I'm standing right here,
Yeah, you 18-year-old.
The 18-year-old, 40-year-old.
Well, that's what everyone always gets on me and wonders how I can eat healthy. Like they're like, doesn't it drive you crazy? It's like, how do you go without all this stuff? And it's like, well, because once you give it up and you realize how much better you feel, how do you go back? That's the real thing. Is like, how do you continue to do that to yourself? Yeah. It's like, well, I mean, it's like I know how, because they're addicted to it and they don't realize how awful it is.
Yeah. Lucas,
I
your sound went
I
out.
could never go back to eating that way now. Like if I had to choose between starving and eating junk food, it's like I'd rather starve and just go without food because I feel so terrible.
Yeah, I hear you.
Eating healthy is the best way to go.
Yeah, or just like I had spaghetti and I put diced onions and these mushrooms, and normally that would just be a bunch of pasta.
Right.
More pasta.
Yeah.
Right. So you're supposed to cook it more al dente. It goes through your system better. Maybe I didn't say that right. But anyway, so all the fillers are better fillers, and I had a lot more freaking spaghetti.
Yeah.
You know? Just instead of and I used less meat, and I had more mushrooms, more onions, and I put something else in there. Anyway, it's just better, and it fucking tasted great.
Oh, James, the other thing you can put in there that's so easy to add is spinach, because spinach just wilts. It cooks right down like in no time. Like it's so easy to throw that in pasta or something, like when it's still boiling right at the end. Just throw the spinach in the hot water and then just drain it all together. You're good.
You want to know the best way to make spaghetti filling and taste really good is to add a little bit of butter and olive oil at the end. Because the olive oil will give it that Italian, like, I mean, because if you go over to Italy, they put real olive oil on everything. I mean, everything. Like that's why they live to be 110 years old over there on average. I mean,
And
like
vinegar, vinegar, balsamic vinegar, and oil. Oh.
Yeah, I cook with olive oil. I've been doing it forever. But so I am Popeye the Sailor Man when it comes to eating spinach. I as far as in my salad, I like it, but I've got to put my salad. Sadly, has to be swimming in ranch. That's the sad part. So I'm trying to switch to that. There's just so many things out there.
Oh, Ariel, you should have seen how much Swiss chard and how many brassicas I had in my stir fry today. I mean, I just had so much because like my garden was overflowing with greens because I hadn't harvested in a few days, and it was all going to rot if I didn't go out and pick it, and it was all going to bolt. So I went out and pulled all the old leaves and brought them in. And I mean, I spent hours today cleaning those leaves and de-stemming them so I could, because I treat the stems of the Swiss chard because they're all different colors and all that stuff. I treat those like celery, and then I treat the leaves, differently. And the older, tougher leaves get cooked a bit longer. And so I had to separate all that out. And it's like the amount of Swiss chard I had. I mean, I had this giant bowl that was actually heavy. There was so much leaf matter just compressed into this bowl that I had. And then I also had a bunch of different types of mustard. Like I had giant curled mustard and red mustards and Mizunas, and I had several different types of lettuces. I mean, I probably had 5 pounds of solid greens by weight if you were to like put it all together into a cube. I mean, I just had so many greens that I added, as well as I had the zucchini, the squash, the carrots. I had purple and yellow potatoes that I added.
I'm envious.
And then to make it good at the end, I added fresh herbs from the garden. So I added parsley, oregano, a few different types of basil, some fennel, and then I covered it all with an extra layer of olive oil and a stick of butter.
Yeah, fennel is so good for you. It's very cleansing. And oregano is excellent for immunity. Oh my goodness, it's so good.
Hey guys,
oh, sorry, Shirley.
Hey guys, I had a funny. This is funny. By accident, I got into a little Twitter war with my husband. He responded to Trump talking about I want you to reveal your taxes. So I responded to him and said, well, I understand what you're saying, but it's been so long, I don't care about his taxes. I care about his policies. He came home from work, was like, why are you going with a Twitter war with me? You're not supposed to be against me. You're supposed to be agree with me. I need your help with the Republicans. I said, I'm sorry. I wasn't going to respond to him, but I said I had to. Because I'm sick of people saying, I want to see his taxes. You're not going to see them.
That's what I find is funny is all these people that keep asking for Bernie's taxes. Like they say that why don't Bernie show us tax returns, and it's just like who cares?
Yeah.
They're going to be boring.
Yeah.
Not to mention, they pushed him out. I mean, Jane was saying she'll do the taxes when she gets home. She'll put him out, and by the time she got back home, they were already forcing him to endorse Hillary, and so what was the point?
Well, everybody. Good night.
Night, Brad.
I'm going to follow him.
Good
night,
guys.
Have a wonderful night. I'll see you guys again soon.
Good night, Bryan.
Thanks,
And
Ebon.
tonight,
Thank you.
Tonight I went in my bedroom, and honestly, my husband had the TV on. MSNBC. Rachel Maddow.
Oh, God.
I said, let me stay here for a minute. I said, let me stay here for a minute and hear what she said. She's in there talking about, at the White House, Trump met with the Russian foreign prime minister, and he gave us secrets about fighting ISIL in Syria. I'm like, she's a effing idiot. I just walked away from the TV.
Does your husband, does he listen to you at all, your husband? Do you think you can get him to?
Oh, yeah, he knows what I'm talking about, because now he going to get in Twitter wars, man, because he's like, I'm glad you got me starting to hook on these shows, those shows you be watching.
That's good. Sometimes it takes the spouse a little bit longer to come around.
They used to holler, you a Trump supporter. I said, I don't hate Trump. It's a shame. I have to defend him.
Yeah.
You have to defend him. Like Hard Bastard did today. He did a good damn job today about that what's that Russian lawyer meeting and stuff?
Yes.
The Democrats set that shit up. The
Wow.
Democrats set that up. Obama did all that stuff before he left office.
It just seems like a whole bunch of nothing. I've hardly even paid attention to most of it. Because
I just worry they're going to try to assassinate Donald Trump. That's all I'm worried about.
Wow.
You talking about the deep state. Because my husband keeps talking about, what you keep talking about the deep state? I heard that word before. I said, look it up.
so will he read stuff on, or does he think you?
Yeah, he will read
Yeah.
it, and he know what I'm talking about.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, it's hard.
That crossed my mind about, medicines versus herbal supplements or natural supplementation, is if people are questioning the safety of things. Sure, there's probably herbal things that are not safe. I've never had one, and I've been a big supplement taker my whole life. I've tried many things. I've never been made sick by a natural supplement. However, I've got plenty of OTCs and prescription drugs that would absolutely kill me if I took too much of them, and they're in my house. That's the truth. If I was to go in there and take all my lorazepam and wash it down with a couple glasses of wine, it would probably kill me. That will do it. Just about. It'll kill you. I've heard.
My husband takes a lot of those herbs and stuff.
To kill themselves. So there. I mean, if you want to talk about dangerous stuff, the medical system and the pharmacies are full. They're full of very dangerous drugs.
Oh yeah, my ADHD medicine that I had before the one I'm currently on was Strattera, and it caused me to have a seizure at school, except it wasn't your typical seizure because I was awake during the whole thing and didn't wet myself. Like I knew what was going on. I just had no control, which I don't know if that makes it worse. Cause I guess it was nice that I didn't wet myself because I was in control of some of my body. I could blink my eyes and everything. But it wasn't cool to be trapped on a staircase landing and have no one help me for 20 minutes while I was just seizing there, waiting for a teacher to find me. And one kid found me halfway through and just didn't do anything. He was like, "Are you okay?" And then he just walked away and didn't get a teacher or anything. And I had to wait on another teacher to eventually come and find me. And then I was taken to the hospital and they gave me medicine to make me stop shaking and quivering and stuff. But it was a scary experience because, like, I could feel myself starting to lose control of my body, and as I tried to make my way down towards the nurse's office, that's when I fell down the stairs, and I had to catch myself with my arms so I wouldn't like break my face, or break my nose falling forward down the stairs, and after that, the doctor told me I'm no longer going to take Strattera, and I said thank you.
Jeez, it's a hell of a way to find out.
Yeah.
No, I know a lady whose teenage daughter nearly killed herself because she was trying to commit suicide and she drank a couple bottles of Benadryl. It will kill you. And she almost died. She hadn't caught her and busted into the bathroom in time. Yeah, it would have killed her.
The sad thing about Benadryl, even if you're not trying to like overdose on it, like over time, like they found that using it over time for extended periods of use, like if you were to take one a day or two a day, they found that it actually causes permanent brain shrinkage and can contribute to Alzheimer's just a little bit.
Ouch! Yikes!
Yeah, my husband take a lot of those supplements and stuff, and his mother, she's like, "Oh, that stuff you need to stop taking that stuff. It doesn't work." I said, "Well, I prefer for him to take that to be taking some prescription drugs."
Yeah.
Because I go over her house, she has a bag full of prescription drugs. I do not want to be like that, and he doesn't want to be like that.
Yeah. I mean, there's absolutely supplements that you should be careful with, and I don't really recommend taking things unless you research them, honestly. Taking too much vitamin E is not good. Too much A can be tough. Iron
or any of the Walmart vitamins.
Yeah, no, stay away from the Walmart vitamins.
A or K in more than tiny bits is dangerous.
Which
one? I have to take vitamin D for my lupus.
There's different kinds of vitamin K. Like I think there's like MK4 and MK7, and like there's different types that you're supposed to have and not supposed to have, and all that stuff. I used to have a book on it, but I can't remember where it is now.
But you're not supposed to have more than a trace of vitamin K in any form.
Right. Yeah, I believe that's true. And the sad thing is, my mom even said, she's like, when we were young, she's like, nobody took vitamins, nobody worried about it, but our food isn't giving us everything we need anymore. And that's what's so sad, is like, really, we should ideally be getting all of our nutrition out of our food, but the soil is so depleted, we're no longer getting that.
Aloha, I gotta go. Time just went, woo.
Yeah.
Oh.
Good
night, James.
Bye, guys. Thank you. Aloha.
Good night, James.
Good night, James.
Listen, Ariel, and now they've that problem got so bad with the mineral nutrient deficiencies that it's actually reversed, and now a lot of people are getting too many of certain ones because they add it to all the cereals and the breads and all the processed foods. So all these people who are getting like all these enriched wheat flours and stuff, in their foods, it's like they're taking way too many of the certain vitamins and not getting enough of the trace minerals and everything. It's like if people were to just eat correctly, you wouldn't have to worry about it. It's like if you eat enough butter and kale and stuff like that, you wouldn't have to worry about taking vitamin K supplements. And if you ate enough greens, you wouldn't have to worry about vitamin A or beta carotene and all that kind of stuff. It's like, greens can give you a lot of the trace minerals that you don't get from anything else.
Yeah. But wait a minute, isn't butter not good for you? Isn't that what they say?
No, that's what the margarine company said in the 70s. Because they wanted you to buy
I'm just joking.
Butter is one of the healthiest fats on the planet.
Right.
I was just joking.
So one of the things that I looked into, because we're mostly vegetarians, me and my wife and my daughter, we've started to get more meat from fishing. And one of the things is for vegetarians is getting enough B12. And there are a lot of vegetables that give out B12, but there are certain things you can't eat with it if you want to absorb it. And we did a lot of research on that. I'll try to bring up the spreadsheet because we just wanted to make sure that when we do eat these things, there are certain things that can prevent your body from absorbing it. Like if you ate it, I think with strawberries, if you had strawberries with like spinach, you wouldn't be able to absorb the spinach. And there are other foods that help you absorb the B12 from spinach. So it's really weird. I always thought that was really
I have a
interesting.
good liquid B12, Ebon, and it's always recommended to take it on empty stomach. Yeah, for maximum absorption, because food does interfere with B12, certain foods especially, like you said.
And some foods help. Like a lot of times, like Ariel and I talked about a couple of days ago, or maybe it was a week ago, how if you're eating a lot of vegetables and you go on a vegan diet, you're not actually absorbing the nutrients from those vegetables, especially if they're raw, because your body needs a lot of the animal fats to properly digest the vegetables. Like your gut bacteria won't survive properly and thrive properly without the animal fats, and they won't be able to do their job because there's just certain enzymes and amino acids in them that.
I think it was iron that I was talking about, not specifically B12.
Iron is notorious, especially for men. It's hard.
Yeah.
Harder for men. When my dad, before they knew he had the cancer, they thought he had an iron deficiency because he had bleeding tumors in the colon, so he was losing a ton of blood. So they started giving him iron supplements right away, and it just tore his stomach up. It was so ridiculous. The doctors were completely negligent with that because, like, men are not as prone to iron deficiencies in general as women would be. And he'd never had one in his whole life. And yet they let him go on with this for 2 months while he had this horrible cancer inside him. It was like, are you joking me? Yeah.
And nowadays everyone's getting way too much iron because of all the bread and cereal. Because they had iron. That's one of the most commonly added minerals to everything.
True. Yeah. And you can definitely take too much.
Yeah.
There's some breads out there they made. They had chemical that you can make plastic with.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so give me a sec. I got my spreadsheet out. I'll switch it over. Let's see.
Is it going to be on the chat or on the YouTube?
It'll be on the YouTube.
Okay.
Let's see.
What's that?
I'm going to share my findings with what helps absorb iron, like what's a lot, and there's inhibitors. So I will show that right now. Okay. Here it goes. Can people see it? So I wish I would put the sources in, but you could see cooked soybeans, 1 cup of it gives out 8.8 milligrams of iron, but there's an inhibitor. It's a soybean protein isolate, soybean lectin. And then on the right, there's a daily RDA for iron for infants, children, males, females. So like blackstrap molasses is pretty good. 2 tablespoons, provides 7.2 iron in milligrams.
My mom used to joke about the blackstrap molasses.
Yeah.
Because it's a funny name. We just would joke about, yeah, take it.
Hey,
And it doesn't seem to have any, oh, go ahead.
hey, Ebon, I only have 150 reading glasses. I really can't see
Okay,
that.
let me zoom in.
I don't see it at all, Ebon. Realistic.
Okay, how about that? So
I'm
this
gonna
is
have to get my magnifying glass.
so if you look now, it'll catch up. So there's a daily RDA that I captured about how many milligrams of iron you need for infants, children, and males, and females, pregnant women, lactating women. And so I gathered all this data from different sources. So, for example, soybeans cooked is the highest, but there are inhibitors for it. Blackstrap molasses haven't found that there was an inhibitor. So if you want to get some iron, blackstrap molasses seems to be the best. Like if you cook lentils, cook spinach, the inhibitors are phytates and oxalates. Tofu is calcium. Seems like enriched bagels or cooked chickpeas and tempeh, they don't have any inhibitors.
Yeah, chickpeas are great source of iron.
Oh, I need to get some hummus. Oh my god.
So
how about collard greens and kale?
So there's Swiss chard that's cooked. It provides 4 milligrams in 1 cup. Doesn't have
I
an
eat a lot of Swiss
inhibitor.
chard.
I mean, I guess I could share this with you guys. I mean, I want to find the sources. That way you can actually also check out the sources as well.
Yeah, it's funny. The oxalates that are in spinach are the big reason I can't give them to rabbits, because they're sensitive to that. You can give them a little bit, but you can't overdo it.
Yeah.
They're sensitive to that stuff. That's really cool. I like the list.
Thanks.
Yeah. But it is funny because I remember my mom saying when I was a kid taking the molasses, and we would joke about it.
I love Brussels sprouts. I put them in a bowl with some olive oil, some fresh minced garlic, and put it in the oven and roast it.
Yep.
Oh, that sounds good. That sounds like a much better way to eat them than I've been trying to eat them.
Because my mom, I never liked it because the way my mom cooked it, she put it in the pot and boiled it. I'm like, ew, these things are nasty. Yeah. And I looked at the Food Network and got a recipe, and I saw that. I was like, oh, olive oil, garlic, salt and pepper. Cool, put it in the oven. It was really tasty.
Yeah, I've always just eaten that's probably that would probably make mine taste way better. Every time I've eaten Brussels sprouts, I just steamed them and then put some salt and pepper and some butter on them and try to eat them like that. And it's always been it's whenever I'm hungry, it goes the first half is really easy and then the last half is really tough. The first half of the bowl is like really easy because I'm hungry, and then once I've gotten just enough, eating the last half of the bowl is like so tough because like it just. But I do it because it's healthy. And I feel good after I eat it. That's the thing that's important. It doesn't matter how good it tastes. And the thing is, like a lot of stuff, like I used to hate the taste of broccoli, but I made myself eat it to the point of where now I love it. Like I got used to the taste. And if I make it right, if I steam it and add some butter and salt, it's like perfect. Like that's all you need is some butter and salt, and broccoli is delicious. I mean, and I can eat raw broccoli. I prefer to eat it steamed because it's the nutrients are more easily taken in by your body. But yeah.
My acupuncturist that I've known for almost 20 years. I've been seeing her off and on. But she said that Americans, they just want to eat salads and raw vegetables all the time, but you actually do a little bit better by steaming, or just lightly sautéing. It really helps you digest it better.
Oh yeah, that's what scientifically, steaming is like the healthiest way to eat food. And then I think like sautéing, light sautéing and light frying comes in like second, and then a more not deep frying, but like frying in a pan for longer periods of time is like third, and then roasting. I think roasting is like third, or maybe it's tied for second even. It just depends on the vegetable, because like you don't want to roast greens like you would a sweet potato. So, but roasting can be good depending on the vegetable, but boiling is like the least healthy way because all the nutrients get sucked out of what you're eating and taken into the water.
Right.
So unless you're making a soup or a stock, like a vegetable stock or a chicken stock, you don't want to boil things.
Right, yeah.
So, anyways, I find all this stuff interesting. Like, when you do, these are things you don't realize until you start researching it yourself. And I find it that, wow, you would think that they teach you in school or something, that there'd be news about it, but really there isn't. Like the whole
they used to teach people to do things, and I don't know if they really taught nutrition, but I don't think they had to worry about it nearly as much as we do now either.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because kids used to grow up watching their parents cook. They used to know what the vegetables were called. They knew what they looked like. They knew how to make them. They knew what all the generic terms were. Like, I mean, the cooking class now is how to take something out of a box. It's how to make hamburger helper, how to make biscuit pancakes. I mean, cooking class now. If you were to ask the kids who took home ec at my school to make a vegetable stock, they'd have no idea what you're talking about.
Pockets.
Well,
exactly.
At least your old school have home economics, because in Philadelphia they took all that stuff away. Because when I was in school, we had to take that stuff, home economics, sewing or cooking. I loved cooking. You had to take music. you had to take gym. Now they have a choice whether they want to take gym or not.
I'd love that. I hated gym. I'd get a stomach ache the night before just thinking about it.
And one of my son's friends asked me, he said, Miss Cheryl, what is those ropes up there in the ceiling? I'm like, hell, we used to have to climb them damn things and got tested on it and graded.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, in my school, there's a big long on the beams that hold the ceiling up above our gym in my elementary school. There's the names of every student that's ever climbed all the way to the top. They get to write their name whenever they're up there.
Oh, really? Well, we got tested. We got tested on that when I was in school. And I dreaded that. I'm like, I hate taking this test because I could barely get up on that damn rope. That thing hurt.
Oh yeah, climbing the rope is painful. Like if you're not used to that.
Yes. And then we had to do gymnastics on the horse. We had to do that.
Wow.
And they don't have that in no more. But they still got the ropes to the school, but they don't use them.
Yeah, starting in 7th grade, I just started skipping gym. And I hated it.
Oh, well, you couldn't skip gym here because at that time, if you was cutting another class, that's the best place to go is gym to get an A in it. So if you missed that one class and you got a bad grade, it wouldn't look too bad.
I didn't mind the classes. It was the gym I hated. I was never coordinated.
I always liked gym because I was good at dodgeball. I was good at dodging. I couldn't throw worth a damn, but I could dodge. I could dodge like no one's business. I mean, whenever I was in elementary school, there's my favorite story from gym class ever. Was everyone knew I sucked at sports. Like everyone knew. It was like unanimous. I was always picked last. Like everything. I was a real scrawny kid who had no arm. I had a pretty good spiral on the football, but other than that, I really could not throw anything very far. And so we were in dodgeball, and it was like the rule where if you caught the ball, everyone on your team came in, and everyone on my team got out. And it was just me dodging for like 10 minutes, and everyone thought the game was over and was asking if we could start over, blah, blah, blah. It's like, come on, just let us go. But my gym teacher was apparently very amused watching me just do ninja moves all over the gymnasium and dodging the balls. And eventually I managed to focus enough to catch one, and I brought my entire team back in and we won. And since I was going to a Catholic school at the time, my gym teacher gave this ginormous spiel about David and Goliath, and I was David and Goliath. And it was just this moment that stands out to me as being really fun.
Didn't they in dodgeball in school talking about it creates violence?
I think so. Certain schools, I'm pretty sure.
Like, what the hell?
I don't know. If they threw a ball at me, I'd always close my eyes and cover my head.
My daughter did that. She covered her face. The instructor threw the ball and it broke her arm.
Ow! Wow. I love gym because I was just really into it, and the gym teachers are really motivating. I think it comes to a point where, some people just aren't motivated, just aren't physically wanting, right? And I don't think forcing them is going to make them want to do it. There's certain motivation that just doesn't reach out to certain people. And I think other parts, there's more to gym than just doing traditional running, traditional, push-ups, pull-ups, all this other stuff, sit-ups. I mean, that stuff's great. I think it should be people who want to do it should be able to opt into it, especially kids, but have other options in PE. Make it more expanding. Like, some people would love some type of bicycling or more like game-like type of sports activities. Some might have enjoy yoga or those types of physical activities. So
you should be running the school board, Ebon.
Well, that's what, at my school, they ended up switching the gym classes. So there's one called Total Fitness, and that's like your generic gym class where you run and you do all these different things, and you get your general, old-fashioned 1960s gym class style class. And then you have recreational activities where you go and you play physical games that involve physical activity. And it's just like a fun class. And then there's also athletic weight training. So if you want to learn how to use weights and build muscle, you go to that class.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
The only time I didn't mind gym was when they did like regular calisthenic exercises, sit up, things like that wasn't competitive, didn't require a lot of agility and that.
Yeah.
Or when they did, had the silly little dance week doing things like the hokey pokey.
Yeah. What would be awesome is having guests, like having a dance instructor come and teach some dance for people who want to, because there's some guys that just won't. Some people who like have a martial arts instructor come, so they could do some martial arts training.
Yeah, I mean, Ebon, what you're saying, it's like when I was a young kid, I really didn't like sports in the typical sense. I was just like forsaken. I didn't want to have somebody throwing something at me or trying to tackle me or knock me over. The thought of that was not appealing at all. So most of the time, fortunately, we had like dance classes and other things, so I was able to do that instead. But I love martial arts. It's like I took Aikido for over 3 years, and I really enjoyed it. Because that's not the kind of thing where you're like trying to kill each other. I mean, you're practicing, not intending to mash each other into a pulp, and it's a little more moderated. But yeah.
I wish the schools offered some sort of like class to teach people properly how to dance, even if it was just ballroom dancing, because like Dancing with the Stars type stuff. Because like at my school, there's like one guy who knows how to dance, and it's not me. And it's like if only I knew how to dance, I would have such a leg up on all the other guys in my area. Because like none of the guys around here know how to dance or can dance or like to dance. So like if they know how, they don't like to, or if they can, they don't like to. Lots of people around here are like too white and don't have any rhythm at all whatsoever. Like they stay, and it's like they'll just stand there and like tap their foot to the off beat or like to not even any beat. It'll just be like once every it'll be like every 1 second, and then every 3 seconds, and then every 2 seconds, and then every 5, and it's just like, and like people just can't keep the time and the rhythm, and then you have other people. It's like I go to other places and see people like Shakira who can just like have like parts of their bodies move that like other people can't even feel. It's like other people can't even feel those parts of their bodies, let alone make them move. And it's crazy how good people are with dancing.
I took.
On, when I get an extension from
David, can you talk louder?
And Burton or anybody else says that it's employment.
David, can you talk louder?
Because I'm sick and tired of them saying something untimely when I got a fucking extension, and I do it without.
Can't hear him.
David, can you talk louder? We're having trouble hearing.
Hello.
There we go. What were you saying?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I was just talking. I was talking to a union rep. I'm actually at work.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
I'm listening.
Oh, okay.
I'm listening to you guys while I'm. In all honesty, I just needed to hear Ariel laugh. To be honest with you.
I love her laugh.
Yeah.
I know.
Hey, I want
And
to.
I think gym was the only class that I got to be in consistently, because the gym teachers just saw my white ass hairless chicken legs, and just, they gave me they just gave me a sympathy grade. I couldn't even get on a damn rope.
Well,
I couldn't get on a rope. Seriously.
Zoe.
Go ahead, Kelley.
Oh, so you'll like this. It's a funny story. So Zoe is really tiny, as was Abby. Like she'll be 13 next month, but she looks 11. We're just short and little. And so she's in a much bigger middle school now. It's a little overwhelming. I think there are 250 in her grade, so whatever, half that in gym class. And they're all picking on her. Well, she does competitive gymnastics, but they're like, she can't do this, she can't do that. And she smoked the whole entire gym class on push-ups. All the boys, everybody. They were all like, whoa, because she's so little, but she's all muscle.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was very empowering for her.
And Lucas, so I took swing dancing and salsa dancing when I used to be in Seattle, East Coast Swing and Lindy Hop. And man, I'll tell you,
Wild, Yvonne. I've done that. I've tried swing dance too, and it's unreal.
I sweat when I play video games. So I mean,
yeah,
dancing is a workout. It kind of sucks. I don't like dancing being all sweaty, especially when it's studio that doesn't have AC. And I'm like, oh man, I feel sorry for like the partners I have to dance with, because I start just trying to cool off by the window every time after like a session, like a song or something. So it's tough. But it's awesome.
I just remember feeling really lucky when I took my art of acting class, because that was one of my college classes I took at a local branch, because all of the girls in the class were gorgeous, and like half of them were dancers, so they could like all move really well. And like whenever we had to do like our acting warm-ups and stretches and like lead warm-ups and all that, it was just like amazing to see like how that we also did like a bunch of fun things and like group activities like in like dancing and all that kind of stuff, and just like a lot of like group work. And it's like it was like me and 2 other guys, and then like these like 15 girls, and they were all like gorgeous, and like and the other 2 guys that were with me were gay, so it was amazing for me, because like I was like all of myself, and it was just the most amazing college course ever.
Lucas, you make me think about like the old-fashioned movies, you know, like the old, you know, musicals and stuff. And like half the time, the reason the girl would like pick the guy is because he was a good dancer or something. I was like, wow, that's all it took. He was a good dancer.
It was like that in gymnastics class in high school. We had PE classes with gymnastics. Guys could do it too, which is awesome. But yeah, there's like 3 guys and like everyone else are girls. So it's kind of nice. I'm just saying, it was nice.
Oh yeah, it's definitely nice, because like I remember whenever I went to Buckeye Boys State, and we had to go 8 days without a female presence, and it drove all of us insane. Like by the time we got done, it was like everyone was dying to see a female. Like there was one point during the entire week that we got to see a girl on campus, and it was in the middle of the night on our last night there. There was a couple girls strolling through outside our windows, and they saw us inside the room, like, well, because our counselor like snuck in to talk to us, and we were having a big conversation and like talking and all that. And you're not supposed to do that, but it was, you know, okay, because yeah. And but these girls were outside, and being a college town with bars open at night, I don't think that they were completely sober, and they ended up flashing our entire group of boys in the night. And our counselor was yelling at us all to stop making noise and get away from the window, and just so he could go over to the window himself.
The one thing I liked about gymnastics is with men and women in the same class, you get to see women excel. Like what they do in gymnastics is about flexibility and agility, not about strength or endurance or whatever. I mean, it does use strength, and there are things that women can do in gymnastics that men can't do, but that men can also do things that women can't do in gymnastics, which is very strength based, not as agile as women do. But it's a great way you can see, like when you are in most classes like basketball or sports or workouts, you see men excel because a lot of it's based on strength, right? The women have different strengths as far as physical abilities, and you really see that happen with gymnastics, and I really think that was great.
In Aikido, that you really see that, like women and like lighter men actually excel at Aikido because it's all about leverage. It's not about out bulking somebody, and it's really, I mean, it's kind of wild because I mean it was really created by people that weren't huge big guys, you know, so it really, I mean, I've seen it's usually smaller people that do better because they can, like, they're quicker and they can get around you easier, and you can knock a big old guy over without trying too hard. If you pull them the right way, it's just forget it. They'll just go over.
But in society, especially in the US, it's all about the huge strength and bulk, and that's what's popular.
Hey, I don't know if this link will work, but I just put something, it's from my YouTube channel of Zoe doing a thing at UNC Gymnastics. I highly recommend it. I know you have a daughter, but if boys bug her, she'll be able to kick their asses.
Yeah, I'm definitely wanting Leela to do some gym stuff.
It's great, and if she is petite, I mean, it's, you know, you can do it if you're tall too, but I don't know, being closer to the ground sometimes is an advantage.
Yeah.
So my cousin, her dad's a weightlifter and bodybuilder who built his own gym from the ground up, and he's actually like friends with Arnold Schwarzenegger and all those other world famous bodybuilders, and his gym is like one of the best in the world for like professional bodybuilders and people who like want to be good at lifting and building mass. And so like there's all these guys that go there that are insane and can lift like thousands of pounds all on their own. And they're constantly fighting and setting all these world records and everything. And my cousin, his daughter, Michaela, like she is so ripped. I mean, it's not noticeable. Like she looks normal on the outside. Like, but like if a guy were to come up and like talk to her, or like the wrong way, or like touch her, she could lay them out like nothing. I mean, those giant hay bales you see on farms that take like 4 guys to lift, she can lift it up all by herself. I mean, she can lift like 400 pounds all on her own, and she's like a twig when you look at her.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I don't know, did that work? If you're interested, it's like, I don't know, 45 seconds long, but it's pretty cool.
But yeah, I always wish I took more. Like, I wish there was more dance classes available to guys where I live, because like dancers are like the sexiest people on the planet, in my opinion. I mean, I don't know how many of you guys watch Dancing with the Stars, but I mean, it's like no matter like whether it's a guy or girl or whoever, it's like anyone who can dance is like automatically just 100 times sexier.
Yeah, I guess there's been a real like resurgence of it. I mean, even just more recently, my Russian friend, her daughter actually quit gymnastics, and now she's doing this like ballroom dancing. But it's really cool. She's great at it. And they wear all these fancy sequin dresses and stuff. So.
Oh yeah, a lot of those Dancing with the Stars dresses are thousands of dollars each.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me and my wife, we took some classes too. It's also a nice thing to do an activity with a partner, is learn something together. And like, I'm not much of a dancer. I try to learn things, right? But yeah, it's just not for me.
Yoga is awesome for 2 people, and it's very sensual. It is. It really builds a lot of intimacy, I would say.
I wouldn't say I'm a good dancer, but I like to dance. And so going out and dancing with confidence, I guess, has helped me in the past. I guess I can say that.
It's definitely a good confidence boost.
Because like whenever I go to places, and if I go out and I just get, like, all it takes is getting the nerve to start dancing. And once you start dancing and you don't stop, then it's like, that's the piece of cake. It's just getting started is like the hard thing. Because once you get in it and you find the rhythm and like the song and all that, you know, and you find people that you can dance around and, like, you know, find your little niche in the dance floor, it's really nice.
We should have a dance-off. See who could keep dancing the longest. Maybe we'll have a prize. Hey, we could probably do that on Ring Central. We just set it up. Play some music and we just keep dancing. The 24-hour.
Are you getting punchy?
I guess so. It's late. I think it's.
I'm just kidding you. That's funny though.
Hey, I can get on the floor and cut a rug.
Hey,
it.
I think it'd be awesome.
Knows how to dance.
Snork is saying gymnastics is good for the brain. Oh, really? Unless you fall, I guess.
Can you?
Unless you fall.
The constantly understanding where you are in relationship to your surroundings is really good for you.
Oh yeah, her coordination. I mean, I can't even begin to do half of it, any of it. I mean, it translates over into other things too, because you have to be so aware doing the. Did that clip work?
Yeah, it did, but I wasn't sure which one it was.
I know. I should have explained it. She starts running down the track, so you can see which one she is. But at first, it's hard to tell because there are like 4 girls walking around. But she runs down the track and does a round off back handspring, back tuck. So.
That's what, as a musician and like being in band, like being in band and playing the quints helped my coordination a lot, and like my hand-eye coordination and everything. But like my feet and like marching also, like being able to march and play cadences at the same time, and like and then having to be able to change the speeds of the cadences and change how fast you're moving your hands and doing crossovers and all that kind of stuff. Really helps your coordination. But that is like nothing compared to dancing. And like a lot of the world's best drummers were all tap dancers. Like, and it's like, I just wonder how much better I'd be if I had taken some kind of dancing or tap dancing when I was younger. Because like Steve Gadd, who's like a world famous, like one of the gods of drumming, he was a tap dancer as a kid. And it's just like, it's amazing because it shows. Like he even talks about how that's helped him a lot in life.
Lucas, have you ever seen the Nicholas Brothers? As a dancing duo, they're very, especially
they were
40s,
awesome.
40s. Yeah. Oh,
They were awesome.
you would flip if you watched them.
And like Bruce Lee, he was a cha-cha dancer. He was really good at it, and
Really?
he was saying one of the best well-known ballet artists at that time. He's saying, you know, he has all the tools to be a great martial artist: the flexibility, the movement,
Yep.
the strength, and so I mean, people don't realize how much dancing is underrated, and a lot of great warriors were great dancers in a lot of tribes in the past. You don't really.
Has a lot of that quality. The footwork is what it's all about. People get really, you know, I remember my teacher would always say they get so concentrated on what's going on up here, but what it is, it's about where your feet are.
Yeah.
Because that's how you get into position to do whatever you're going to do. If your feet are in the wrong place, nothing else is going to work.
And
But can you imagine Bruce Lee doing dancing? I love Bruce Lee. I love Bruce Lee.
Yeah.
In tights?
I'm a Bruce Lee fan.
Well,
He was a dragon. He was a tiny dragon.
yeah, foot movement a lot. Timing is definitely important, and it's.
He had the moves in
Yeah.
the movie.
Well, he was like he won like a cha-cha contest back in Hong Kong, while he was doing also Wing Chun.
Well, you know, the other thing about all this stuff is just for kids, especially, confidence booster. I mean, like, something bad could happen during the day at school, and then I would take my daughter to the gym, and she would come out a couple hours later, like, just great, you know, like just getting in there and exercise. It's just confidence, I think.
But only if you're good at it and not feeling awkward and everything. Then
Well,
it's not.
yeah, but-
Then it's the opposite. Then it's not a confidence.
Well, right. That's why everybody has to find their thing. I mean, if it's like knitting, it could be sewing, it could be anything. Just as long as they're good, you know, enjoy it.
It's also conquering fear. You know how much fear I had and pain I had doing the pommel horse? It wasn't pretty.
Well, I remember that because I did gymnastics whenever I was in elementary school, and I remember that was hard.
But some people aren't physical. My older daughter, I took her to gymnastics when she was younger, and she was like, she couldn't even climb the rope, and she's just she's a very bookworm person. And she's like, I can't do it. So later she played guitar. So everybody has their thing, I guess.
And so I did diving because swimming was very tough. I'm more of a sprinter as far as when I swim. I'm not really good at, you know, long races. So I took diving because there was no diving team. And, you know, to win swim meets, you had to have diving to get you some points. So I dove. And it's like gymnastics, with a lot of things, I think what inspires confidence is also conquering your fear. Like diving off of a 1 meter springboard, it can be really tough if you what is it when your body lands flat onto the water?
Belly
flop. So I've done it where I like belly flopped on my back like 3-4 times in a row. And it hurt more each time I landed on it because
my
skin
God.
just got more sensitive. But you keep going, and the thought is if you're too afraid to do it, you're going to do it wrong. So to do it right, you have to conquer your fear to know that you're not going to do it wrong, and if you do it right, you're not going to hurt yourself. So that's also a mentality aspect, which I think helps in real life too.
That's what band helped me so much with that kind of thing. It helped me physically and mentally, with just with everything. Because like heat, I used to not be able to stand the heat outside. Like I just could not do it. And by the end of marching band, my junior and senior year, I could be wearing an 80-pound instrument with 20 pounds of sweat-soaked wool uniform on in 100-degree weather, and I could do that for hours. I mean, as long as I had a steady supply of water, I could do it for hours. I mean, it might hurt my back a little bit, but by the end of like my junior and senior year, I'm so used to it that, you know, I could hold on to it for hours and be fine. And I could be playing the entire time. And as long as I was able to stop and take water breaks every now and again, I wouldn't pass out and I'd be just fine doing it.
I think marching band is so physical. It's really incredible if people were able to do it. It takes a lot of effort, I think.
Oh, about high diving, I know someone, I'm not going to say who had a couple margaritas our friend made and decided to go, because he has no fear, to go dive off the high dive.
The 10-meter platform?
Yes.
That's so fun.
No,
that is so fun.
Yeah, except he came out of the water and ended up with a scrape on his forehead.
Oh.
So he didn't actually hit it, but like as he came down, it was close.
Yeah,
Please do it.
It can be dangerous. That's true.
Yeah, so don't have margaritas first.
You shouldn't be drinking and swimming anyways.
No.
You can't have to drink and dive.
Yeah. But I love watching people go up there for the first time and make the decision to jump off of the 10-meter platform, because you see that fear and you see they also laugh. Some people laugh. Some people are just like shivering and just, you can see the fright on their faces. But once they make it, once they do it the first time, they will go up there and do it again. Their fear is conquered. I love seeing that.
Yeah, that's cool.
No, just no.
That's how I feel. I wouldn't do it. There's no way. You couldn't pay me to do it.
Well, that's what whenever you're a freshman in high
Hey guys, would you try this thing in Vegas? It's this hotel. My kids was talking about doing it, and I said, if you do it, I'm taking insurance out on you. It's a hotel, and it's for you to see the sights of Vegas. You hooked up to this thing way up in the air, I forgot how many feet, and you hooked up to it, and you be sliding across. Have you ever seen it?
Like a zip line or something?
Something like that. I'm like, I'm going to take insurance out on you guys if you go do that.
it's like a zip line. Yeah.
Lucas, you were saying something before.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, that's what conquering fear is, like being a musician, and like whenever you go into high school and you have to do concerts where you don't practice the concert ahead of time and you just have to go out there and do it. It's like when you're a freshman, you're like, what do we do? Like, how is this gonna go? It's gonna be crash and burn. And then you go out and you do it and you're fine. And then after you've done that a few times, I mean, it's nothing. Like by the time you get to high school, everyone's like, what do we do? And it's like, what we always do. And it's like, we just go out and we improvise, and it's going to be fine, and nothing's going to go wrong, and it's going to be great. Yeah. And it's like, that's just what you do. And it's like in marching band, stuff always goes wrong, but it always goes right at the same time, because even if we make a mistake, you just got to go on and you end strong, and everyone's still going to get up and clap for you anyway. It's because as long as you act like nothing went wrong, everyone's still going to appreciate it just the same.
I would say I think there's always something meditative about doing any kind of physical practice, because it gets your attention into your body and out of your mind. And so that's why a lot of people will feel really good, and that's why people will go after that like mountain climber rush, because what it does is it gets you out of the focus on all the worries and thoughts and things going around your head, because you're so focused on, you know, putting your hand in the right place, or, you know, doing what you're doing. And it's keeps you in the moment. We did that all the time, practices in Aikido. Sometimes we would just like either with the sword or just, you know, we'd stand face to face and do like a mirroring exercise. Like if somebody moved, we'd move. It's almost like that sort of quick draw, you know, kind of action where it's like as soon as you see that even the intent to make a move, you're moving. So you're just totally keyed in to what you're seeing and getting from the other person.
It's also similar to Wing Chun or Jeet Kune Do with sticky fingers. So.
Yes.
Yeah, it's really I really like that stuff. Martial arts is so interesting because it's a take on military stuff, but it's not about just the fighting.
Right.
Yeah, that's why I love music, is because it keeps you in the moment. Like, that's, if I could just do nothing but music forever and like never have to leave, like I would just go in, I'd like have like a lunch break, a dinner break, and a breakfast break, and then just go and make music all day. I mean, I would totally do that. Like, I mean, choir and band were the only things I liked about high school, and that's the only things I miss as of right now. Like, because like being without marching band and not having my quints at home to practice all summer long, I feel like useless because I spent so much time throughout all of high school getting good at those and memorizing everything. And it's like, and to not be able to play it ever again, except for the alumni things that happen every, 20 years or so. Luckily there's one this year, so I'm only going a few months without it at first, and then I'm gonna have to go cold turkey for real for the next 10 years.
Oh wow.
Have you thought about music school? Like, I mean, I know it's affordability is always the thing, but
side project at least.
I'm doing like a concert band type thing at my local branch this year. Like, they just added it last year, and so I'll be doing that this fall. And then they had choir, but the director that they had doing it last year couldn't do it anymore because he's teaching at too many places. So he was leaving this year, and they weren't going to have a choral program this year unless they found a new director. So I talked to my amazing high school choir director who teaches all of us and has been with us for years now, and has gotten our choir to be really amazing. And we get to go to OMEA and perform Class A music and get perfect and excellent and superior ratings every year now. She is now going to be our new university professor, choral director. So I'm pretty excited for that because I already know her and I know how she works. And she's really amazing at what she does. And if the group's willing to work hard enough, she could definitely make you the best. Like, she's like that kind of person. Like, it's like you have to want it, but if you want it, she'll get you there.
My wife joined a community band, which was a bunch of kids or older people that had been band members in high school, and they played in the town shell, like a stage. And then they also played in parades, and they went to other towns and played in parades, and she had a ball on that.
Yeah, we have one community band called the Dominic Greco Band, and they do a lot of music for the festivals. Like whenever we have the Italian festival, they do a lot of Italian heritage music, and whenever we have Canal Days, they'll perform a lot of. It's like classical, like concert band style music, but it's more upbeat at the same time, and it's more fun. And then they also do a lot of patriotic shows. Like for the 4th of July, they did the full version of the 1812 Overture and had like the cannons and everything. It was pretty epic. I thought about doing that once I get the time. It's just been difficult to find the time, and especially once college starts this fall, it'll be really difficult to find the time.
Yeah.
I love music. I used to sing when I was a teenager, 16 years old. I sung with my mother and my stepfather's band. It was fun at first, but then I was a teenager, and you had to do those rehearsals and things, and I'm like, oh no, I can't do this no more. And people like, no, you could go to Hollywood. I said, I don't want to go to Hollywood. I just want to get married and have a white picket fence with a house. That's it. Because that business is a hoary business.
Yeah, it is.
It really is.
I agree. I know.
Did anyone watch that New Edition movie?
I don't think so.
Well, they got robbed. Remember all them hits they had? Candy Girl? All them songs. You know what they first check they got? Was $1 and some change.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
It's a horrid business.
It is. That's why I never really had the angle of signing to a label in mind doing my music.
Well, yeah, signing to a label is like signing your soul to the devil, because you're never ever going to get anything for your music. Now you're now a slave to the company, like Sony or whoever it is. That's why
Well, you had
all the smartest artists, they have Patreons and stuff like that, so they get their money directly from the fans now.
That's a better
Or
idea.
you have to have somebody really good with you, because they just did a documentary on HBO with Dr. Dre and how he got big.
Yeah.
Yep. Anybody watch that?
I have not seen that, but that would be interesting.
That was good, because Dr. Dre was talking about he wanted to make sneakers. And this guy, I forgot the guy name, the white guy. He said, no, you going to make speakers. And that's what he came with them beats.
Oh my God.
That's
I watched that documentary series, Hip Hop Evolution, on Netflix, and I'd really like to watch it again. It was very good and very interesting about the evolution of hip hop from the 70s into the 80s. Which to me, I mean, that it has so much of a widespread influence on music today that it's hard. You can't ignore it. I mean, you really can't. It's this major milestone, and it's fascinating to see the way that it really evolved from nothing. I mean, it came literally from the poorest people, the hardest downtrodden, cross section of America, and it came out of that. It came out of just struggle and hardship, and yeah.
And another thing, a poll came out today: hip hop / R&B is the most music that people listen to. It's number one.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, I mean, it has a profound influence on, to me, on electronic music. Huge. I mean, because if you think about like Grandmaster Flash, working out a lot of those the systems that he created for spinning records and all that. I mean, there was nobody else doing it. He created a lot of that stuff, and also his contemporaries. I mean, they were just doing things that no one had ever done before. And it's interesting. There's also a series that I really enjoyed, because I love Baz Luhrmann, who did Moulin Rouge and Romeo and Juliet, Strictly Ballroom. He's a really interesting director. Some people love him, some people hate him because he's really different. But he did a series called The Get Down, which is loosely based on, hip hop and sort of the death of disco music. So it's really interesting. You've got that crossover of like the girl that wants to sing like Donna Summer, and then you've got the guys that are learning how to spin records, So it was just really, it's cool. I mean, if you're looking for something that's strictly historical and totally accurate, then that's not what you're looking for, but it's so much fun. And it's really born out of a lot of love for that music and that period.
And rap came out when I was a teenager, because it was underground.
Yeah.
And I could think of many. You had several people from Philadelphia that did songs. And they did a documentary on the Sugar Hill Gang. They got cheated too, royally.
Yeah.
I know. They got cheated royally. They can't even use their name now when they perform.
Wow.
And it's a shame.
Yeah. It's crazy too, because, I know that like, Grandmaster Flash and what were the other guys that were really kind of at the beginning of things, but he'll talk about how a lot of people think of hip hop and rap being only something that started in the 80s. He said, but nobody talks about the 70s. He's like, the 70s is really when it started.
Yeah.
And it's funny because I was born in 1977, and that was the year in the summer, I can't remember if it was July or August, but it was a record heat wave in New York. And there was that blackout that lasted a day. Remember that? You remember that history of that happening? It was this big old deal. There had been a blackout in New York before that, decades before that. Nothing much happened. It was in the winter. that people were relatively content. But when it happened in 1977, people were really broke. The economy was absolutely a wreck. And so what, of course, ended up happening is people started looting. It was one of the biggest nights of looting ever. But one of the most interesting things that ended up sort of coming out of that is because all these musicians and these people that wanted to be DJs and learn the art of disc jockeying, they ended up with equipment because of that, because of all the looting. And suddenly you could almost attribute part of the birth of hip hop to the fact that suddenly all these people that were just broke suddenly had the means to create what they wanted to create. And it changed everything. It's just
because you had KRS-One, Kumo D with and the Fast and the Furious. I can name a lot of rappers from back in the day. I love them more than these new rappers. These new rappers use these cuss words and the N-word.
Right.
I'm not feeling that.
Well, new rappers
my
don't even
son
rap
had to-
anymore. They say things and then they overlay a computer generated track behind it, or they'll get the computer generated track and then just talk over it. I mean, they're not rhythmically applying the phrasing at all anymore. I mean, that's what rap used to stand for, was rhythmically applied phrasing, because you would speak in a way, like if you ever listen to Eminem, he phrases what he says so it fits with the music. He makes normal words into music and like has changes in fluctuation of his tone. He's not just monotone. It's like now it's just
it's called
and it's like it's just talking over a
auto-tune.
track.
Auto-tune. That's what it's called. Auto-tunes. All
Yep.
of them sound like that. They all sound the same.
Yep. Listen to the Furious Five, that old song, The Message. You know, I mean, that to me is the essence of it. It's social commentary. You know, it's like a jungle out there. Sometimes I wonder how I keep from going under.
Don't go under.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's really what it's about. It's about telling people, here's what my life is. Here's what's happening. And it was powerful, you know, because of that.
Yeah, and that's what I like hearing. I like learning about like Motown and like all the Motown artists and how they got their shot.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got the box
Was it
set of
the guy who did War? Was that Edwin Starr, right? That was the guy who did War. What is it good for? Nothing.
Oh, yes, yes.
That was one of my favorite songs of all time. I used to listen to that song so much when I was younger, because that was back when I first, like, that was back when I was like 13 or 14, and I first got into my hippie phase, you know, and like my anti-war thing that and I've just gone full into it now. But I listened to that song a lot, and I was really interested in how they used to get all the special sounds on the records, like how they would have the band playing in a basement, and then they'd have the mic at the top of the staircase or something like that if they wanted a certain sound, or they would reverse it and have the mic down in the basement and the band at the top of the staircase.
Yeah.
Like sometimes they had people singing in the staircase, or they'd have them singing in like a concrete room, or they just had all these different ways that they had to get the sounds, and now everything's done with the computer. And it's just like, there's no appreciation for how much trouble people used to have to go through to make music sound a certain way. And it's like, that's why I just can't listen to, like, I personally like boycott all of this computer generated music, because it's just not music to me. It's just, I mean, there's no skill anymore, you know, it's like, there's no humanity in it anymore.
Sort of like the
My
creativity.
favorite group is Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I go see them in concert. I have a blast. I get backstage and meet them every time. They are gracious.
Wow.
That's I always said we should do an Earth, Wind, and Fire show for marching band.
Yeah.
Huh?
I always had told my friends and my director that we should do an Earth, Wind, and Fire show for marching band whenever I was in high school.
It should have, because they got all this. To hear them in concert, it is awesome. And Philip Bailey, his voice, it gets higher and higher every year. It just makes me, I be sitting in my seat just cringing. Oh my God. And then they do a tour with Chicago. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And that's like a 4-hour concert.
to me, just those great voices. Oh my God. I mean, that to me,
And
it puts chills.
I like to hear a band.
Yeah.
And I went to a concert one time, and I saw this guy. His name was Jesse Powell, and he had a beautiful slow song out. And Frankie Beverly and Maze was the main event, but he came out singing, and they were playing a damn record.
Oh no!
And he's singing off of. I'm like, what the fuck? Bring out Frankie Beverly and Maze. We got a band coming out here right now. I want to hear some music, not a fucking record. I can sit home and watch and listen to this. You know?
That's what my dad calls canned music. Music in a can.
Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, that's why John Philip Sousa hated it. He never wanted his band to be recorded because he knew that once they had recorded music, no one would want to actually learn how to play it for themselves to hear it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why whenever the phonograph and the radio came out, the amount of pianos in homes dropped off a cliff. And for the last 100 years, they've had piano graveyards where just tens of thousands of pianos go to these places to die, you know. And I mean, there's just tens of thousands of these beautiful pianos just rotting away in landfills because everyone's
give me one. I'll take them.
Well, that's what they used to have, businesses that would buy them from people and sell them, but the businesses all went under because there was too many pianos.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Yeah, because they say I watched the documentary of the group Mint Condition, and they are a band, and they went to perform somewhere, and when they got to the stage, they said, "Well, we are the musicians." They said there aren't no musicians. They don't want to pay the musicians.
Oh yeah, that's another
it's too
one.
much money.
Oh man, don't even get me started on people not wanting to pay the musicians. Oh my God, that's the story of my life. You have to get in their face. I mean, that's the hardest part of show business is the business.
Because I remember when I performed with my mom and them, we used to perform in different areas in Philly. Sometimes we play from 9 to 2 a.m. We didn't get paid sometimes.
Right. Yeah. Well, you know, there was another great one, documentary. I think it's still on Netflix about Nina Simone. And she was just this incredible pianist as well as a singer. And, you know, but her parents really didn't want her out, you know, playing and singing. They thought that was trashy. So she would go to like this one place and she would tell them, you know, no, it's a real job. And it was just funny when they kind of realized what she was doing. But talk about an amazing life. I mean, I can't remember if it was Juilliard or it was one of those highfalutin schools. And she was just every bit as good as all of the people there, but she didn't get in. She you know, did the audition or did the, you know, presentation, all the things they wanted her to do. And she just knew it was because she was Black. She knew it, you know, and it was very disheartening for her because she knew how good she was. She was classically good. I mean, she could play all that stuff. And
I wish they'd known they had her after she got successful.
Yeah.
Have you ever watched the documentary about backup singers and how backup singers are actually way better than the leads?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because the backup singers are so easily replaceable that if you're not the best, you're gone.
Yeah.
And, you know, and it's like the lead can make all the mistakes they want because people are there to see them.
Right.
But if the backup person makes a mistake, they make the lead look bad and they get fired. Like NPR did a several hour long segment a few years back on it, and they were talking about, and they interviewed some of the background singers, and they talk about how being a background singer is one of the most challenging jobs in show business because if you're not perfect, you know you're screwed.
Right. And you have to be able to harmonize and really blend and just be on it. I mean, that's not easy.
And I think a couple of well-known singers actually came from a backup singer background.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think Mariah Carey was one. Or no, not Mariah Carey. What's her name?
I know J-Lo came from dancing on In Living Color.
I forget her name. Also backup dancers as well. Yeah, you're right. There are backup singers, backup dancers, and then they got a break, and then they became famous. And
Was Celine Dion a backup singer, or is that who you're thinking of? Maybe.
no, I'm thinking of someone else. I remember it because one of my family's friends' son was such a big fan of hers. I think he had a huge crush on her. I'm trying to remember her name. She was dancing with like a cartoon panther. Some of her songs were really catchy. I can't remember her name.
Belinda Carlisle? Maybe?
No. I'll keep talking. I'll think of it. We may not go on much longer. I kind of need to go to sleep.
I'm gonna take off.
It's been 5 hours.
Really too.
Okay.
Paula Abdul.
Paula Abdul. There you go. Yes.
Oh yeah.
All right. Good night, guys.
All right. Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Night, Ariel. Glad you came back.
So glad to.
Yes, Ariel. Yes.
Oh, but before you go, I want to say, remember how earlier we were talking about how dancers are the sexiest people on the planet?
Yeah.
Well, in October, I might get to meet Julianne Hough.
I'm not sure who that is.
She's one of the judges on Dancing with the Stars. She's the blonde one. She was in Rock of Ages. She's like gorgeous, but she's like a professional dancer. And she was on Dancing with the Stars as a dancer for years, and then she eventually became a judge. But she's coming to the county where I live to do. They're having like a tour, and in October they're charging $80 per ticket, but you get to meet them and like talk to them in person and stuff. And it's pretty neat.
Go
Like
for
they
it.
need more money, right?
No,
Yeah.
Remember, Lucas, you're talking to some old people here. So.
Oh, but it would be fun.
I don't watch reality shows, so I don't know any of these people.
I was just telling Ebon that my daughter might come on Saturday. She keeps saying she wants to talk. She's 19, the older one. So she might come on Saturday. So you'll have somebody closer in age, Lucas.
Awesome. Also, Amy Matura says Mariah was a backup singer for Brenda Starr. So I was right. Memory served correctly. So, anyways.
But her voice not the same no more.
Yeah, she pushed hers too hard, and like it just can't. She can't make the same sounds she used to be able to make with it.
Yeah.
And she's been having a lot of cracks lately.
She used to sound like Minnie Riperton.
That sounds familiar, but I
Remember
can't.
Minnie Riperton?
I know the name, but I can't.
Yeah, I know the name, but I can't place her.
Oh man, that girl was awesome back in the day. If she was still living and with the cancer she had, I think she would have survived.
Oh wow.
But she was great. She would hit a high note. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
And Mariah Carey reminded me of her. But she was the next best. And
Right.
she didn't hit the notes like she did, but she was close to it.
Oh, okay. I just looked her up. I remember the song "Loving You" from 1975.
Yeah.
I
Yes.
remember. I was a kid, little kid, but I remember that song on the radio.
Oh yeah, that was a famous.
Yes. Because her daughter played on SNL.
Huh.
She's a comedian.
Oh.
I forgot her daughter's name. But they did a documentary on them too, and they still hurt from that. Her husband, former husband, it's like she just died
Oh,
yesterday.
that's Maya Rudolph's mom.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay, right.
All right.
Got
We
Okay,
can keep
good
going.
night. We're gonna keep going. Yeah.
Good night, everybody.
everyone.
Bye.
Good night.
Have a good evening.